Hey guys, welcome to Low Ink, February 2021, Day 2. I'm Chaedr, and I'm joined by Turtle today.
Hey, it's me, Turtle. What's up?
So, our first match is, I believe, Amnesia versus Splatarians. I was actually talking with a member of Amnesia yesterday, because they face Unlighted, a team I know. I know they have a machine player, but I don't really know much beyond for either team. So no expectations going into this.
Yeah, I don't have too much knowledge of either of these teams, unfortunately, too. I'm really interested in seeing what they do here on TC Wahoo. I feel like TC Wahoo is a very interesting map to see how it plays out because it's like very open and there's not really many maps in the game that play out that are as open as TC Wahoo. So I'm wondering if we're going to see stuff like Splatlarins or chargers and just weapons that can watch over all the map here.
Yeah, definitely. The double layer kind of carousel as well as top mid of the stage really adds a lot to it. To be honest, TC Wahoo is one of the most maps with the most variety that I've seen in the game. I don't really see it leaning towards anything in my experience. I've just kind of seen everything being pulled out on this stage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's not really particularly flat or tall or small or big, so I feel like whatever comps these teams decide to run could work. It's mostly just going to come down to how coordinated and how skilled each team is.
It's kind of just an anything goes.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, we're getting started now.
Ooh, I like the Squeezer.
Yeah, I feel like Squeezer is a really good pick for their comps because it really helps to have a good midline here. Seems like both teams have pretty standard comps overall with a support, 2 aggros, and a backline.
Yeah, we have the junior on the side of Splatarians, I think, if the team tag is right. And then the Zap on the side of Amnesia, so that's pretty standard. I do like the pick of the K-shot for TC because you get missiles with that.
Yeah, popping missiles at checkpoint is really good for stopping tower and allowing your team to push back on it. So far, no one's got any picks, but it seems like Amnesia's got the early mid control, and they're going to try to move the tower a little here.
Yeah, they've already almost reached checkpoint 1. Oh, and X going down.
Yeah.
Nice splashdown kill.
So it's pretty even now, 2v2. Let's see if either side can get anything out of this.
Well, this is really aggressive positioning out of the Hydra.
Yeah, I think he definitely paid the price for that with that bomb.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got Kanye West on the shot. I never knew that he was a shot player, but
the more you know.
Not surprised. But yeah, seems like Splatarians has never been able to come back to mid, and Amnesia's been pretty much in control this whole game, but they haven't been able to get a huge push in the first mid half.
Oh, and Bubble coming up from the Squeezer.
Yeah, I think that might be the turning point that Splatarians used here.
That was a lot of specials popped all at once. I saw the bubbles and the Booyah Bomb and the missiles. So
I really like how the Zap's pushing up here. Seems they got a pick out of it. But pushing out those specials is really good, and I think it was a good decision by Amnesia to do that.
It doesn't really look like the specials got them anything though, because Amnesia is just back in mid, painting the whole circle green. Although the Hydra is down, which is a good pick on the side of Splatarians. And the remix being forced back a little bit here, but they do have armor and a Booyah, so hopefully they can use this to their advantage.
Let's see, where's the Booyah gonna go?
Oh, okay. Right in mid.
Yeah, try to get more map control on the side of Splatarians. Yeah. I really like that decision because they really need to get mid control if they want to actually get something. This game, we haven't seen any huge picks. It's mostly been who gets control of tiny areas. Very
back and forth, yeah.
Yeah. So Splatarians is trying to push this here, but Amnesia has advantage. They're probably not gonna let it.
Oh, a nice trade out of the shot.
Yeah, that's good for allowing them to stall the defense here.
This has really just been very even so far.
So Joe's going to take tower here on the Hydra. He's not taking too aggressive in position, which I think is good for Hydra, since Hydra's really easy to be caught out of a bad position.
Yeah, definitely. With the slow charging time, it makes it hard to get
those
away.
missiles, that was a really good missile timing because it forces them to back up right from the tower. Or are they going for a splash jump? Oh, they didn't have the splash jump ready. I think they saw it.
No, it looked like they did, but they either mistimed it? I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I think if they shot one more time, they would have had a splash jump ready. Alright, Squeezer rushing the Hydra. Usually, it's kind of dangerous to just hold forward into a Hydra.
Oh, but the missiles coming down and denying that.
Really
That's
good
unfortunate.
defensive missiles there from Kanye, stopping them from pushing. And I think Amnesia's going to get counter push off this. Yeah, 2 down situation on the side of Splatarians.
3 down. With one just respawning. And there out comes the Booyah.
They do have a Booyah ready to stop the tower now. Oh, good pick on the Hydra with the Booyah. Yeah, Splatarians is going to be able to come back after this.
2 down on the side of Amnesia.
Yeah, this game's just constantly back and forth. Like, we're never seeing a wipe or, like, a huge advantage from either side this game.
It's rather surprising because games like this I only see in solo queue usually. It's again a 2v2. Machine rushing down the Squeezer.
Good job by the Squeezer backing there, and the Heavy's just gonna hold a key position here in glass. So, Splatarians has 2 specials and 1 advantage. This could be their chance to finally get the lead. It's been 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and no one's still yet to break first checkpoint.
It looks like Squeezer on the tower with bubbles at the ready.
Yeah.
I wonder how if they're gonna use that to guard tower or something like that. They're off tower.
Amnesia, I think that might be stopped. Oh, the bubbles come out. Splatarian's gonna be able to get something here. Gets 2, 3v2. They just need a few more points. Shot, trying to contest the tower. They get it.
It looks like they've taken the lead.
Take this. Wow. That was like such a low scoring game.
I was watching just like tug of war.
Yeah. They were just constantly contesting mid there, and no team was able to get like any advantage at all. But Splatarians, really coordinated and got a good push going together.
I think, like you said, the combination of the man advantage and having their specials online at the end really just let them it got them the break that they needed.
Yeah, definitely. Like, whenever I am pushing, like, that's the 2 things I look for, because it's going to allow you to get more area control, because fights are going to be winning when you have that. So now we're moving into our next map, which is Kleblet Starfish. What are your thoughts on Kleblet Starfish?
I've always heard very mixed opinions. Either people either seem to really dislike this or really like it, and I'm more on the really like side.
I feel like I don't really particularly like or dislike anything about this map. Like, there's not really any weird things here other than
it's true, it is a very standard map.
Yeah. I feel like... God.
Oh, I wonder if we'll see the Squeezer come out again, because that has bubbles, and I've found that bubbles are very useful when pushing into a pit, because they provide lots of cover, and if anybody drops down, you can just pop the bubbles and kill them.
Yeah, I definitely agree that bubbles are really good for giving, like, area control to push in with clams. Like, the quick kill ability is really scary to deal with. I'm wondering if we're going to see a Hydra on the side of Amnesia here, because Hydra is a bit slow-moving, and it might not be fast enough to keep up with the clams pushing.
True, but Starfish does have that very open mid, and if you with the Hydra on snipe, Hydra basically just gets control of that entire mid area.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I feel like the comps that both these teams used last game could work here, because similar to Wahoo, Starfish doesn't really favor any playstyles particularly. It's just a pretty balanced map. The only thing that's a bit weird is there's a lot of flanks with, like, crates and the attic areas. But
given how easily accessible an open mid is, I wonder if we'll see the same sort of tug of war over mid that we saw in Wahoo. And with this being clams, turf control is more important because it lets you find clams and maneuver and pass clams to your teammates. So
yeah, I definitely agree. Okay, so we got a Chaedr on the side of Splatarians here.
So that affords bubbles.
Yeah, I feel like they're going for like the same thing that the Squeezer did the last time.
Oh, an early flank out of the K shot.
Oh,
I wonder if it'll afford him anything.
See him?
Oh, but they got called out. Oh, Just
Yeah, that was very close. Like,
yeah.
he was like one shot away from getting that.
Denied the escape. You were right. We do see a Hydra. Custom Hydra, so the same as before.
Yeah, oh, the bubbles come out, forcing the Valkyrie to back.
And there's a Booyah, too.
Yeah, so right here, Amnesia, once again, has early control of mid. Amnesia held mid for most of the game, but once Splatarians, the first one, was like just a big push at the end. So we'll
Clam
see.
counts are actually... Oh, sorry. Clam counts are actually surprisingly even here, 14 to 18.
Yeah, like, no one has a huge advantage. Of course, like, Amnesia has mid, but other than that, no teams... Oh, Amnesia's pushing now? They get 2 down, 3v2. They're definitely going to be able to push off this.
Oh, but the bubbles!
Oh, really good use of bubbles, holding area.
Yeah.
And Splatarian's going to have an advantage again, denying Amnesia's push.
A nice 2v1 just right in the corner and just affording no route of escape. I really like the pick of the Soda Slosher, actually. I used to be a Soda player myself, and on this map you can reach a lot of the snipes and ledges, and the Burst Bomb Rush also provides area control just like Bubbles.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's really good if you want to like dislodge someone from snipe to set up your push.
Yeah, the combination of Splat Bomb and Burst Bomb Rush is just kind of really an anchor harassing hit if you just spam them with bombs. Oh, a nice pick out of the Zap.
2 specials on the side of both. Armor comes out by the 96, but it goes down.
Oh.
So, Splatarian has to defend here. Will Amnesia be able to push? Oh, crucial
nice
pick.
And...
Oh. Yeah, Inkjet 2v1. Wow, good job by the Hydra staying alive there.
Oh, impressive.
I feel like... God.
Oh, I was gonna say, again, it is a 3v3, and neither team has scored yet, and it's been about half the game.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a strange position the Hydra's in, because it's not really in, like, a key area or an area that can steal off the map, but he's able to hold there and get a few picks.
Oh, killed. That's unfortunate.
Good job by the Heavy, holding the back area, popping the Booyah for defense here. Oh, gets shredded, but he's gonna get picked there.
At least they still got it off.
Yeah, good by the Slosher. I feel like that might be a rare case in which, like, one push holds, like, usually...
That's a full wipe, though.
Yeah, Splatarians really needs to be fast to get mid off of this. So, yeah.
Especially since we've seen Amnesia just taking and holding control of mid through both of these games now, so I hope that they can capitalize on this wipe too.
This
to pick off the K shot and I just deny that.
Good for the K shot. Oh, they are in street, but the Chaedr is down. Okay, trade keeps alive. I feel like taking out the Hydra on a push is really crucial because the Hydra is really good at completely denying areas to push.
Yeah. It's even once again, they do save the power clam that was dropped by their teammate.
Yeah, if they get these 2 in, they'll have a lead. They just need to be patient enough for the right opportunity. Oh, 2 down is it.
Oh, and it looks like they'll have missiles and armor.
Could be a score. Yep, they get both.
Wow.
Yeah, really strong push by Splatarians here. Shot couldn't jump out, so Amnesia has a full wipe they can capitalize off of.
Full wipe, but they made it to 36 in the same kind of push style that Amnesia attempted earlier, but they got it down much more, so I wonder if this is game. Of course, it's not over until it's over.
32 clams, though, on the side of Amnesia is going to be more than enough to get lead here. So
32 clams and 3 specials online.
Yeah. Let's see. Armor comes out. Is that going to be the initiation?
The K-shot hiding here. Wonder if they'll be able to get anything off of it. Oh, but it looks like they've decided to back off.
Oh,
the bomb pick!
Crucial.
And they have missiles?
Missiles at the 3v3. I feel like Splatarians can hold with this. We'll see if
this is going to definitely be a serious case of defense.
Oh,
the jump camp. Yeah, but... Oh, it is 3 versus 3. The burst bombs come out, the Inkjet comes out.
They only have like 10 seconds to push in.
A nice pick off of the Inkjet.
2 come in. They'd only need a few more claps. 3 more. Just the L3. Gets two.
Oh no! It looks like they're going to miss out on this by one clam.
That was overall a really close game. Yeah, that's why clam collection is really important in Clam Blitz, because you never know, like, how many clams it's going to come down to. Like, that game, if Splatarians didn't score one of their clams, they would have lost that. They would have known when they pushed. Overall, really solid showing by both teams. Like, this set, even though Splatarians is up 2-0, has been really closely contested so far.
Yeah. The way that both teams have pushed is also quite impressive. They've waited for the right moment when they have both a man advantage and a special advantage, and then they've kind of just used all of their specials for zoning and kills.
Yeah. I think, like, that aspect, both teams clearly understand that and are using it, but I feel like Splatarians is getting more out of their opportunities, if that makes sense.
Definitely. Because when Amnesia loses map control, Splatarians get that, and then they can charge their specials and pretty much have everything they need to receive when Amnesia tries to make a counter push. Like we saw the defensive bubbles a few times on that previous game, just kind of taking over the entirety of pit, not allowing for any movement.
Yeah, I really liked how bubbles were used by Splatarians to, like, just get and hold map control, because, like, you cannot go near those bubbles, so it's really good at, like, denying areas from the other team.
On the other side, Amnesia's kind of map control and coordination is impressive. They've been calling out flanks from the members of Splatarians a lot and forcing them to back off.
Yeah, the K-Shot on the side of Splatarians couldn't really get away with a lot of his flanks because the Hydra and L3 specifically would just always shut them down when they happened. So really good job by Splatarians being aware of that. Or, Amnesia being aware of that.
Oh yeah, I'm trying not... I've just been getting the teams mixed up this whole time, so hopefully I've said things that are correct.
Okay, so we got Rainmaker Aqua here. I'm wondering if we're going to see a Hydra on Rainmaker, because, like, Rainmaker's definitely Hydra's weakest mode, because it's such a slow mode to, like, it's such a fast mode, and Hydra honestly cannot keep up with pushing, defending on that mode, in my opinion. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something like a C-Jet, or even, like, another frontline weapon on the side.
I wouldn't be surprised. Especially with C-Jet, Stingray is rather valuable. Oh, and a swap to the V-Heavy.
Whoa, Hydra on Rainmaker. That's surprising.
Yeah, it looks like the remix on the side of Splatarians has swapped out to a V-Heavy for Stingray, and I like that pick. I play Stingray weapons on... Oh. Looks like Amnesia is first to get the pop.
Oh, they're taking immediately. Pretty bold choice since they don't have, like, any advantage other than control. But they're able to get picked. Oh, but the flank...
And they have missiles online as well. Oh, 2 down on the side of Splatarians, looks like.
Splatarian's flank is always able to get trade and, like, nothing more, nothing less. So it's not really...
the Ray comes out and stops that push. A full wipe.
That's a full wipe. Wiping on Rainmaker is absolutely terrible because you can, like, push fast up that. Oh, but will Splatarians take it here? Yeah, it seems they're just going to let the Rainmaker sit here and take mid instead.
It looks like they're just trying to take back mid here and charge their specials, which...
Yeah.
That's a pretty good... I would say that's not a bad choice on their end.
They have 3 specials here, so they definitely can set up a really good push.
Oh, but the squeezer goes down.
Yeah, I feel like they waited too long on their push opportunity.
Unfortunate.
Now they're going to, like, lose the advantage.
Yeah, and they're back in defense mode with the specials and the subs coming out, trying to chip out of the Rainmaker's health. And it looks like the Ray is a little late, but it does do the job.
Yeah, that's going to be a delayed wipe on the side of Amnesia. So Splatarians, once again, in the same spot where they could get pushed, and they're going to take the Rainmaker immediately this time.
Oh, but there's a lot of bombs around with the Rainmaker's location, and already the Junior has gone down.
Oh, really good bubbles. Opening up the flash, allowing to push.
And a pick as well.
Oh, it's just the Hydra.
Just the Hydra left, they're already 3 down, so this push can continue if the jumps are placed well. Oh, but a bomb.
Grabbing the Rainmaker a bit too soon.
Armor on the side of Amnesia, and now they're going to be looking to defend this Rainmaker and prevent Splatarians from pushing it any further.
We once again see like a pretty low-scoring game right now, and I feel like the Hydra has largely been responsible for that. Since Hydra's like really good at shutting down every push by the other team, but like it's not good at pushing itself, so it's going to result in really low-scoring games. Typically.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Hydra's positioning where they're kind of taking the front of Plat and just raining down ink on mid. And it looks like another push out of Amnesia, and the Ray coming to delay that. It does not lead by 4 points.
Yeah, I really like how Amnesia is having the Hydra take the Rainmaker spin. As I said, Hydra's like the weakest weapon when it comes to pushing, so it makes sense to like have all the weapons good at pushing or push up.
Well, it's not a low-scoring game anymore.
Well,
31
I said.
31 to 69 on the side of Amnesia.
So we got a 3v3 situation. Amnesia's trying to keep the push alive, but Splatarians is all watching. They're all watching the Rainmaker, making
and sure. The Ray comes out. The Ray.
Yeah, really
still
good.
Does not deny the pick.
But Splatarians still by the pedestal, and they might be able to.
Oh wow, the positioning of the K-shot, and immediately gets a trade off of that too. Wow.
Amnesia's able to take game 3. Really good job by them, just like keeping up the aggression and just never giving up with the push overall.
Oh yeah, they did not let Splatarians rest after that one push.
Yeah. I feel like the Hydra on Rainmaker, like I doubted it initially, but it did a really good job just keeping the defense for Amnesia held together so Splatarians couldn't get anything off.
Yeah, especially picking that up. Like you said, the Hydra was picking the Rainmaker up, so that kind of negates the problem of the Hydra not being able to keep up with fast pushes in Rainmaker because, well, they are at the forefront of the pushes now. Alright, so zones on Sturgeon Shipyard.
I feel like zones on Sturgeon is like a map that's really hard to get back in once you're locked out. So
yeah.
I feel like if Amnesia can get set up here with like the Hydra on the opponent's bridge, then like it can be really difficult for Splatarians to come back in.
Yeah, so taking the enemy's bridge and snipe is very valuable because then you just get control of their whole pit.
Yeah, and like you have to go through either the pit or like take a risky drop out of top right if you want to come back in on this map.
Yeah.
And like if the Hydra's in the snipe, you could also watch top right or top left for the defending team too.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll see the Soda Slosher again. When I used to play Slosher, I would play Soda on this map because the combination of Burst Rush to take back zone, and because the zone is sloped, Slosher's afforded a bit of an advantage on that. It's just brutal if it's used right.
Yeah, also in general, this is like a very vertical map, and weapons like Sloshers are very good on maps like these. So I definitely think seeing the Soda again would be a good pick. I feel like Amnesia might have a better chance here, but like if Hydra's locked out, then it's going to be very difficult for them to come back in. So it could go either way once again, since these games have been overall very even so far.
We've seen them be good at taking map control and then holding it though, and that's pretty much what Splat Zones is about, so we'll have to see if what we saw in those previous games can transfer here. Pretty similar comp to K Jr.
Ooh, Bomb Rush on the side of Amnesia.
And that's a Ninja Squid Neo Splash too. I'm interested to see how that will play out for them. You were right, it looks like the Hydra has swapped for a remake.
Yeah, I feel like Booyah is going to be really good for getting crucial zone caps here on
Early
this map.
Picks and Amnesia's already 2 down.
Yeah, that heavy on the side of Splatarians is just taking a pretty passive position, making sure Amnesia can't push up too far.
Oh, excuse me, I said the wrong team, but hey. Oh, and getting down before they can get the Booyah off. That's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, good job by the opposing heavy and machine pressuring that area. And Booyah's going to come out. Joe here,
do get the Booyah off.
But lots of pressure on him. Oh, he jumps back a little. I think that's a good decision to stay safe. Missiles on the side of Splatarians. Good to secure mid here, forcing members of Amnesia back.
But we do see a bomb rush.
Yeah, Booyah tried to counter the bomb rush, but Amnesia's able to get the cap before that happens. Oh, it's just the heavy on the side of Amnesia. Able to jump out. So Splatarian's gonna have basically a wipe here. And come out trying to stagger Splatarians here. Or Amnesia if they're coming back.
Oh, look at these missiles and these bubbles. I like that. The splashdown does shred, it looks like one of the bubbles, but they're still able to get a pick off of it. And escape alive. Impressive.
Yeah, Junior has really good mobility, so that's one of like the strengths that really hear people talk about it, because it allows him to get out of really bad situations easily.
Yeah.
Which way more.
Booyah neutralizes the zone, but another Booyah just takes it right back. And we're already down to 33. Oh, but an instant cap.
Right in heavy, gets the pick. So it's just going to be the zap on the side of Amnesia here. But Amnesia was able to cap the zone and give Splatarians the penalty. So they'll have more time to come back in for their next retake.
I like the positioning of the K-Shot on the side of Splatarians, kind of just in zone, denying anybody that tries to rush down zone, and also using their own paint to keep zone in their favor.
Missiles on the side of Splatarians try to hold here, but the Booyah comes out on Amnesia. Oh, 3v3 situation, so could go either way here. Heavy trying to get the Junior.
We see the bubbles ready and coming out on the Junior's part.
Now, Amnesia did get a cap, so that's going to give Splatarians more of a penalty, but it seems they're able to hold here with a 3v2. Heavy's forced to back up to snipe, and 96 on the side of Splatarians trying to push him back.
Oh, and the machine goes down, so that's... Oh, 2 down. That's unfortunate. Their Booyah, they could have used that Booyah to kill them, but now that's gone.
It's going to have to wait a little more before they push in here because of that.
But they really don't have time. Already the penalty is gone, and it's down to 26, so they want to go in. They have to go in fast.
Yeah, they have Bomb Rush, Splashdown, and Armor, though, that might be enough to get what they want here.
Yeah, that special coordination. Is that a Splashdown jump?
All 4 special moves that look like Amnesia, and it's able to get a cap.
But the Booyah gets a pick.
Machine versus shot.
And they're 3 down again.
That was absolutely clutch. And they get the jump. So
yeah, using those specials just to get back into mid means they didn't really have anything when Splatarians, I don't even remember which team is which, came right back at them.
Yeah, Splatarians is going to be able to hold more, but once again, Amnesia's able to get a penalty, so they have like one more chance to push in a 3v4.
The armor
though. They have to cap here. Booyah comes out. Is that going to be enough?
And the Zapdos. Oh no.
Splatarians able to hold it together though.
Well then. Impressive defense on their side.
Yeah, Splatarians, while they let Amnesia cap the zone occasionally, they made sure to always have at least some presence in mid, and they made sure that, like, they always had specials ready to counter Amnesia's specials being popped. So really good job by Splatarians showing how coordinated they were that set.
Oh yeah, it was almost like baiting them out, you know. Amnesia used all of their specials to get back into mid, and then as soon as they got there, Splatarians just came back at them.
Yeah, really good job coordinating that plan together on the side of Splatarians.
Really good first set to watch.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that the rest of the alpha bracket here is going to be just as close as that set, because I'd love to see more games like that.
Oh yeah, both of these teams had different shrinks, and it played out to their advantages in different modes.
All right, so we're going to be going on a short break right now. We'll be back for round 2 coming up soon, so stay tuned for that. We're going to have some more tight sets here, so yeah.
And the last one jumps back, and Splatarians flaming on the Tentabrella, such a departure from the Carbon that we saw last game. But it's working out really well as 2 go down, and this hammer is coming out, and that's a full wipe! And Splatarians might just end this set! Oh wait, there's a little slimmer of hope! No Splash-O-Matic disconnects from the match on the side of Sky Knight, but 2 are down on the side of Splatarians. This is still anyone's game. 30 seconds left, and the cap goes over to Sky Knight. They're still trying to count this down. They're still trying to get the penalty. Woo on the Inkjet, able to find the pick. Somebody in the back of the zone trying to get it. He gets another one. 3 down to the side of Splatarians. And
that is the Booyah. Called by Good Blitz. Now they're trying to get the top push. Good pick there, and that is the Clash Blast position pretty well, but gets picked. Zakua now with the Inkjet double! Maybe
Hey guys, we are back for round 2, and this looks like it's going to be Aqua Affinity versus Evening Chickens.
Yep. So, I don't really know much about either of these teams, but it seems like Evening Chickens has like a cool sauce theme going on with their names. So,
I like that.
I think that's going to imply that they have like some sort of inhumane synergy or something.
Again, I don't really know much about either of these teams, but the first time I heard about Evening Chickens was they were supposed to be in Gamma, but then a beta team dropped out, so they got into beta, and then they went and they won the whole beta bracket, so that's why they've stuck in my head ever since.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that, but like, that seems like just such a power move, just the last team into the bracket and then winning it.
Yeah, and they've just been making alpha ever since, so I'm excited to see what they can pull off in these maps here.
Yeah, perhaps this could be Evening Chicken's breakout month where they finally win alpha.
Oh. You say win alpha like it's not equivalent to winning the whole thing.
Well, we all know that the real winner of Lowing is the friends that we made along the way. So, yeah. So we got Splatzone's Manta first. I think Splatzone's Manta is a really interesting map to approach here, because there's a lot of ways that you can push back in and defend. Well, you can push in through the plat, through the street, through like the little cut. So I'm really interested in seeing like how both these teams decide to push in and defend on this map.
You say Manta, I say Manta. Anyways.
Oh, I'm really hoping we don't have to make or the mark later. I always
the
miss
shopping
that one. Yeah, the
Well,
one with the cereal.
Also on Manta, there's 2 zones instead of just 1, so teams have to kind of divert their attention between both zones.
Yeah. Ooh, so we got opening Gambit on the V-Splash on the side of Aqua Affinity. I'm really interested in seeing how opening Gambit's able to work for them.
And Ninja Squid try as well, and then the other team we've got double Splatling, not and Hydra.
Yeah, I think double Splatling might be very strong against Aqua Affinity's very front-liney comp.
Inkman already coming out from the splash. Oh, and the Hydra goes down. That enables them to get early control of mid. 3 down already.
Take that opening. Oh, that's a full wipe on the side of Aqua Affinity. I actually think that like the opening Gambit really allowed the splash to like get an opening push, which is kind of surprising.
Another pick off of Splash. They are just absolutely harassing people.
Splash is just going in. Holy crap.
A double with the Inkjet. What is this?
Holy crap. They are just
spawn camping.
pushing.
Oh, but the Hydra coming in to finally force them to move away.
The Heavy to try to shoot the Hydra. Good job by the Heavy finding the perfect opportunity to get the Hydra as he
and the Booyah so they can avoid death and just go on with holding this position. And already we're at 28.
Yeah, Aqua Affinity's in a really powerful position, so Evening Chicken's gonna need to push a lot to come back. They have a pick advantage. Oh, the Junior goes down. I think this might be a lockup here. Yeah, I think there's no way the Hydra's going to catch this.
Wow. The opening Gambit, I was doubtful of that, but it looks like it's my turn to get disproved.
Alright, you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to start running opening Gambit 10. I think that's the new meta at this point.
Opening Gambit is meta. It's meta now, guys. You heard it here first.
Yep.
But real talk, that was an impressive lockout. Just the constant picks and pressure from the splash, coupled with the long range of the Heavy, just they could not move back in.
Yeah, that splash was just like relentless in their aggression, and it really paid off in that case because there was really nothing. They were able to win like every fight they took, pretty much. So
yeah, that
I think
double was something else.
So yeah, if like you're a really strong mechanical player like Mudkip there, I think it's a really good decision to like just play super aggressive and like get as many fights as he can for your team.
And speaking of aggression, we're moving into Rainmaker where aggression really pays off if you get the picks.
Yeah, I feel like Rainmaker is probably the most viable map for opening Gambit because Like, if you are able to get like a really good opening Rainmaker, you can literally win off of that.
Yeah,
but I don't think that's really the case in any other mode.
you just kind of mow the other team down, and the game is over in the blink of an eye.
Also, another scary thing that Aqua Affinity has here is V-Splash's strongest mode is probably Rainmaker, because Mist is really good at slowing down Rainmaker pushes. And Inkjet is really good for defense because it has super long range and is super good at shutting down people.
Yeah, Snapper does have a couple of choke points. Namely, both ramps that lead up to the podium, the pedestal, whatever you want to call it, those can be covered by Toxic Mist. So if they're in a pinch and need to defend, that will really come in handy.
Yeah,
Although
definitely.
seeing the lockout, I'm not sure it will the lockout from last game, I'm not sure it will even come to that point, but we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe I'll get proved wrong again.
I'm wondering if Evening Chickens is going to change up their comp from, like, the more passive double splat lane comp to, like, match the aggression that Aqua Affinity showed there. Maybe that'll help them get, like, a better game here on Rainmaker.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see how they adapt to this.
Alright, so we're about to start here. Let's see what
Snapper's
these
quite the
teams-
interesting stage for Rainmaker because the path Ooh!
Double Stingray on the side of Evening Chickens.
A splatter scope on both teams. I didn't quite
Big Gambit Splash again. Yeah, it seems like Aqua Affinity is sticking with more or less the same comp.
You're right, though. We don't see any Splatlings on the side of Evening Chickens anymore.
Yeah.
Instead, opting for... Is that a 52 deco?
Yep, double Stingray.
Oh my. Okay, well.
It's going to be very painful for Aqua Affinity to push through that, I'm sure. Ooh, good snipe
Yeah.
by Hotbox there. The armor saves Aqua Affinity's charger there. Oh, the splash.
I'm really liking the movement out of the splash.
Yeah. He's just, like, constantly changing directions.
Yeah,
and
able to get a pick on the 52. And they have Inkjet at the ready as well.
The splash is just covering the entire map here, going on like a world tour,
Oh,
trying to find anyone that they can. Overall, this game has been very chaotic so far for both teams.
Out comes the Booyah Bomb right into the back half of mid.
Really good positioning by the Booyah Bomb, able to catch someone out of position.
It does get a pick on the shot.
Two
and it
down
looks like
for
the
Aqua
flash.
Affinity.
Flash has to drop.
They have Inkjet though, and Stingray for defense.
Yeah.
Stingray. Rainmaker, really good movement trying to dodge the Ray here.
The Rainmaker's actually just
Wow, they're
dancing
able
around
to
that
all the
Ray.
way to, like 30 here. They're still going.
Oh my goodness! How did they slip past that?
Really good job by Evening Chickens, like taking the opening and just like running as fast as they can, dodging like all the specials that Aqua Affinity use.
Oh yeah. Oh, and the Rainmaker still dies.
Yeah, there's
Look
still
at the
pressure
positioning.
from the 52 up here. Oh, they're gonna die to.
Oh, but they finally go down. And the Rainmaker, it looks like the Splash jumped it off, unless I'm mistaken, jumped it off the edge to reset it.
So we got a really solid lead on the side of Evening Chickens, and they're going to be pushing again, but I definitely wouldn't count Aqua Affinity out of this game by like how dominant their lockout was on the Zones game.
Oh
This
yes,
one
definitely.
definitely could go either way.
Looks like
So-
the K-Pro's almost a Booyah if they have
Stingray
that.
comes out, forcing the Rainmaker to the wall. Really good job using Spectrals on the side of Aqua Affinity to just shut down that push. And
That's 3
now-
down, the K-Pro's the only one left.
Yeah, Aqua Affinity has to be really fast getting ready to push here. And seems they're going left here.
They're going to be taking the same route. The Splash, I'm not sure where they...
Is the K-Pro going to go down here? Yes, Inkjet is going to get the K-Pro, so we got a 3v3 situation.
Oh.
Right for Aqua Affinity. Evening Chickens has a really good chance to extend their lead even further here.
I've just realized that Aqua Affinity is running double Inkjet.
Yeah, I feel like double Inkjet is kind of weird because it could be...
Yeah, although
Like-
you mentioned it is good for defense, there are other specials like Stingray that are just really good at shutting down or extending Rainmaker pushes.
Yeah, I think like maybe if Aqua Affinity had like Tenta missiles on the shot instead, it could be easier for them to push up because it just shuts down Stingrays really well.
Oh, but out comes the Ray trying to get a pick on the Rainmaker. Oh, and it does not succeed. That's unfortunate.
Armor comes out on the side of Aqua Affinity trying to shut down Evening Chicken's push. So it's a 3v3 right now. Pony just has to get away here because they don't have much paint. Oh,
yeah, they do have ninjas. Oh, and able to get the pick.
There, but the 52 is able to get the pick.
Rainmaker already says it looks like no one picked it up from there.
Back
So
and forth in here. So right now in this neutral, everyone's like trading right now.
Evening Chickens does have 2 of their specials, the Ray and the Jet, so I wonder... But the thing is, they don't have any paint or pick advantages. They're gonna take it anyways.
Rainmaker. No one's watching right other than the 52 there. Gets the 52. Oh, they're able to trade. Really crucial trade by the 52.
Oh, I've mixed up the team names again.
It happens. I feel that sometimes.
There's the double inkjet.
Yeah, hopefully this double inkjet's going to be able to create a push for Aqua Affinity. There's still
Like
stuff.
neither of the inkjets have picks, though. Or if they did, the picks have...
Yeah, they did it really. 52 Sharking here, looking to pick off someone. Oh, the Chaedr is right in front of the 52. Able to pick, and Evening Chicken's able to completely shut down Aqua Affinity that game.
I was just like the opposite of the last
Yeah, the
game.
double Stingray just did not let them get away with anything whatsoever that game.
The 52 just went absolutely off with their positioning and their picks. Really
Wait, they only had
impressive.
2 Stingrays that whole game? What?
Interesting.
I was expecting a lot more. But yeah, it's really interesting seeing how the 52 Deco played there. Because, well, you think like most Stingray weapons would play passive and farm for rays a lot. This 52 Deco was like played very aggressive and in the faces of Aqua Affinity, and like it was able to put a lot of pressure on them.
Oh, and now we're heading into tower control, a mode where Stingray is very valued.
I feel like usually when I see players go to like ray spam weapons, it's on like Rainmaker more often than tower control, because like tower control is a bit like longer pushing, so like Stingray might not be long enough to shut down a full tower push. But like overall, I feel like double Stingray could definitely still be an option for Evening Chickens here, and I think that like the 52 did a really good job balancing using Stingray and using his aggression there.
That's
so I'm
true.
really interested in seeing what Evening Chickens does.
Here on Anchovy, though, just taking the enemy plat is really valuable, because then you kind of anchors don't really have a place to stand other than the higher part elevated above plat. I'm not sure what that's called. And
I usually call that overlook, personally.
that makes sense, yeah. And then like the enemy is just kind of pressed back into their spawn. They don't really have other places to move unless they want to go for a flank through mid.
I think if Aqua Affinity wants to go like double Inkjet, this is like the map mode to do it, because Inkjet's like one of the only specials that can reach into that overlook area and really put a lot of pressure on the opponent and allow them to like basically just get tower points for free.
Yeah, if the Splash is able to pull off those same Inkjet maneuvers that we saw in the Monta game, that could be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Clash? Is that Stingray Clash?
Oh!
I was not.
like this pick.
Yes, it is Stingray Clash. I was not expecting to see that today.
We see the knot come out again on the side of Aqua Affinity.
Another double Inkjet and another
again.
Cancer Clash.
Well, you were right about the double Inkjet.
Aqua Affinity, Mudkip here, just taking for an early Inkjet. We're gonna see if they're gonna use it here.
It should appear to be
Wait for the
winning
right
that
opportunity. Charger watching you as an Inkjet is never something you want.
The Clutch is unfortunately down.
Yeah, we have even 3v3 situation right now.
Oh.
Inkjet comes out. Aqua Affinity needs to stay put here. Good pick by the
Good
Jet.
pick.
Oh,
But the Booyah aimed directly at their landing.
They survive. Wow. I think Okay, opening Gambit was active. I was about to say that opening Gambit saved them there, but unfortunately it did not.
That was... whatever saved them. They were very lucky in that.
Yeah.
Trying to rush down the charger here.
I really like how this Tri pushes with armor, and I also really like how the Splash like moves up with that Tri later, able to get a really good hit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
we have
full
full
wipe.
wipe on the side of Evening Chickens. So now Aqua Affinity raying from tower, and look, they've taken that.
On the side of Aqua Affinity putting further pressure on them. Another 2 down, and like Aqua Affinity forced, or Evening Chickens forced all the way to their base. This is like looking to be like the Manta game again, with like Aqua Affinity just be dominant. Ooh, but the Stingray comes out, not letting Aqua Affinity onto tower, and Cool Sauce here right by the tower, just making sure no one's gonna take it, and that's gonna
2 down,
shut down
3
the
down. Yeah. So the push is over. 46, not a bad push though.
Mudkip's able to back up though. It's
We see another ring.
Specials are being popped. Seems like Evening Chickens is really eager to get pushed as soon as they can.
Yeah. And out comes the Booyah.
Are they going to be able to get anything with this? Unfortunately,
no
no.
picks. And the charger is already down,
Ooh.
so they don't have a tower rider. That's unfortunate. Try.
Apro's able to get one, but Splash able to help clean up for Cody there.
Yeah, I really like how the Splash and Try stuck together in that one.
Yeah, what I like about the picks of Splash and Try is they're both really fast weapons, so they're good at like running in to assist the other if like they need help like in that situation. And we also saw it on the push where they got wiped, where the Try was starting pushing in the Splash, and the Splash just ran in and helped later.
Yeah.
So Flash Blaster auto-loaded mid, really good job by the Knot, using Splatlane's abilities to hold that area.
Yeah, and it looks like the Charger's looking for the pick on the Knot, but not able to find it just yet, so the Knot's going to take tower. And they're just going to start another relentless push, immediately taking flat with their specials.
Yeah, Inkjet
popping
coming
armor.
out, forcing all the members of Eating Chickens out to right, but the
Oh,
Stingray
but here comes
comes
the
out.
Ray.
Flash Blaster, I really like how they push off of the Stingray, like using the range pressure to add to their own pressure there.
Yeah, with the combination of Clash chip damage and Raid chip damage, just so hard to move.
Speaking of
And out
Stingray,
comes the Clash with own Ray.
Other tries to see if they can find anything with Flash, but they can't, so they're gonna go for the Knot. Oh, that was very cool. Oh, the bomb gets... Wait, not the Knot, the Splash. Good job by Eating Chicken pressuring off of Stingray once again. This time
Out comes the Booyah. And it's a 3v3 here. It looks like the K-Pro's gonna try and take flat.
K-Shot just watching that flat area, see if catch anyone.
And it's Aqua Affinity's turn for a Ray.
Okay, good start pick. Missiles come out. Really good pressure on the Knot with missiles and Stingray. Gonna force the Knot all
This
the
could
way
be the
back.
chance that they need, but
Yeah,
the
they
Knot
only
has
need
Inkfarer.
50 more points, but Inkjet comes out. Aqua Affinity is at disadvantage though. Really crucial pick on the Charger. And then they're able to push further up the Inkjet game with Stingray too.
Oh yeah.
Shot just has to hold here. Oh, really close pick on the shot. They almost got away there. So
And it
Aqua
looks like the
Affinity-
push is just dead now.
Yeah, they have been with 20 seconds left. Eating Chickens is going to need specials really, really soon if they're going to want to get anything here. Oh, that Charger pick is crucial though for Eating Chickens. They can definitely push off
They're
this.
2 down now.
Yep.
And it looks like they have a Ray. They need to take tower so that they can force overtime, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. Oh, but the Ray. We
Ray's
see
on
the
front
Ray
side.
ready.
Eating Chickens is going to need
Oh, and their
help.
Charger goes down, and that is going to be game.
Yeah. Wow, that game, like, Aqua Affinity, when they're in control, they're just, like, relentless pushing, using all their specials, throwing, like, a ton of aggression at Evening Chickens there. And I think that game was, like, a really good example of that.
Yeah.
I think Evening Chickens tried to go for, like, a more special-focused game plan that game, with the K-Shot game 9 missiles and 7 rays coming out.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of specials. But I feel like sometimes they were a little uncoordinated at times. Like the Ray was popped way before the Booyah and one of their pushes, and sometimes the combination of those is enough to get 1 or 2 picks, which can be crucial to a push. Overall, though, a great showing by both teams.
I think like the special focused game plan didn't really work for Evening Chickens because Aqua Affinity wouldn't give them time to set up with like specials, because what would happen is whenever they would like pop a ray or something like that, Aqua Affinity would just rush them down with an inkjet of their own and just not give them any space to breathe.
You can't charge specials if you're dead.
Yeah. Really important fact, you cannot do anything while you are dead in Splatoon.
Or in real life, for that matter. Did you know that?
No, I never knew that. Thank you for sharing.
Every day you learn something new. But here we are. Muscle Forge Zone.
Muscle Forge Zones is like a map that's really dangerous once you're locked out on, so Aqua Affinity definitely is going to be trying to get a lockout here if they can. And another thing about this map is very vertical, so weapons like carbons, sloshers, and stuff like that are really good here. So I'm wondering if like Aqua Affinity has had Tri-Slosher this whole set, but I'm wondering if Evening Chickens is going to switch to anything that can like put that pressure. Also, another interesting thing about Evening Chickens that last game was they didn't have an armor, so wondering if they're going to use armor on zones this time, and if that's going to like help them against Aqua Affinity here.
It should be interesting to see what comes out.
Alright, so we're getting started here on Splatzone's Muscle Forge. If Aqua Affinity takes this, they'll win the set and move on to the next round. Hydra on the side of Evening Chickens.
Oh, you were right, there is the try. And the opening gambit splash once again. Similar concept of both sides.
Seems like Cool Sauce on Evening Chickens is trying to like go for what Mudkip was going for on Aqua Affinity.
Splash versus splash?
Yep.
This try already going for taking one of the sides and getting a pick off of it.
I really like the try going into low ground, using verticality to their advantage, because that's where try excels.
Shut down soon after by an Inkjet, though.
Yeah, Evening Chickens has a 3v2 situation here. They do have an armor this time, or 2 of them in fact, with both the Zap and the Hydra. I think Hydra's a really interesting pick for this map because it's really good since it can watch over the whole zone. However, it might have trouble dealing with the charger pressure.
Yeah, I was about to say, that is a flutter scope, so in slightly more range. And with the bomb rush on that charger, that's just going to be, if the Hydra gets caught out in the open.
Yeah, definitely. I think Splatterscope actually has significantly more range than Hydra, if I'm correct. Oh,
and Hydra, like we see here, Hydra versus Scope.
Yeah, Scope's just able to like make sure the Hydra can't go into that key position in the snipe there. So Special comes out for Evening Chickens, trying to get the retake here.
Yep, the armor
Zap goes down to the try. Is the try going to get another here?
They get double teamed.
Good job by members of Evening Chickens there taking the fight together. We
already at 30 points, but it looks like a cap.
Here. Yeah, it seems like Aqua Affinity not going to have much of a hold in mid here after that.
Yeah, and then the penalty's already gone, so timer's ticking down for Evening Chickens now.
Yeah, Charger goes down on the side of Evening Chicken, or Aqua Affinity, excuse me. Yeah. That's going to make Chargers come back, and there's armors ready for both teams. Oh, 2 armors up for the side of Aqua Affinity at the same time.
A nice Inkjet pick. They do go down, and that's 3 down, only the Charger left. Oh, that's a full wipe.
I think that hold really shows the strength of Hydra on this map, because the Hydra was just able to, like, stop anyone from, like, moving forward with its range. And just
and now we're seeing the lockout of Muscle Forge zones.
Yep.
The Hydra just...
not going to have much time to get back here. Genius try to get armor as fast as they can. Oh, 2 go down. I think this is going to be a 1 for Evening Chickens.
Yeah, that looks like it's game.
Yeah, Muscle Forge is just brutal to come back, and in that case, Aqua Affinity just, like, could not deal with the Hydra. They didn't have, like, much to pressure it at all.
As soon as the Hydra got set up in mid, it was pretty much just... That's all.
Charger, I feel like the Charger could have gotten more picks on the Hydra that game, but the Hydra was in really strong positions that were like kind of hard to get picked off by. So really, I'm wondering if we're going to see the Hydra again on the next map for...
Yeah. It was very patient positioning off the Hydra, not letting themselves get caught out by the Charger.
So we got Game 5 here on Clam's Reef.
Ooh.
This one, both teams have to win this if they want to take the set.
I always like a Game 5 on Clams. It's can be a very long and drawn-out mode, or it's just over in one push.
Yeah. So this one definitely can go either way here.
Yeah. The Reef is pretty much the promotional face of Splatoon 2, but it's not that standard of a map. I really like the way the Reef is laid out, with the double-layered aspect of the bridge and then under the bridge, as well as all the little areas around the map that can be controlled.
Yeah, I think the Reef has like a really good balance of being like an open map with like both of the areas by the trees being completely open, but also being like kind of a narrow map with the bridge and like the areas by the bridge being like kind of hard, not having much area around them.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think like the Reef is definitely a very balanced map, and many kinds of comps can work here. What I'm most interested on is Evening Chicken's going to use the Hydra here, because I feel like Zones is definitely Hydra's strongest mode, because it's like not a mode where you really need to push in, but I feel like
with a static objective.
So really interested in if like Evening Chickens is gonna use Hydra again, if they're gonna like pull out Charger, heck, if they're gonna go double Ray again.
Which should be interesting to see, yeah. I wonder if we'll see any bubble weapons, because in Clam Blitz, bubbles are useful for cover, like I've said before.
So we're gonna get started here. K50 double Booyah on the side of Evening Chickens, and they're gonna use a Charger here.
Pretty much the same comp on Aqua Affinity, although we do have a remix now.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that Aqua Affinity used the Splat Lane. I feel like Charger might have an advantage over Splat Lane. It's just going to come down to if Aqua or Evening Chicken's Charger is able to hit their shots on the Splat
Early
Lane.
Inkjet and get to pick on the try. That's wow.
Yeah, so far really chaotic and even opening. The Evening Chicken does have a pretty good start. Really good job by the K-Pro there, getting that fall off of the Inkjet, able to
absolutely just shutting it down, yeah. And they have 9 clams too, and a Booyah, so it looks like they're gonna be setting up for a push. 20 clams to 15.
Yeah, Evening Chickens has the early advantage here, but it could go either way. Specials on both sides.
Oh, definitely. The Inkjet breaking armor, but doesn't seem to get a pick out of anything. Oh, and they just get
3 down on the side of Aqua Affinity, and
looks like this is their opening.
Push in here. Yep. There's the
In goes
score.
the clam.
Booyah comes out though, stalling the push out. Though the 52 is already in the car, not able to get it. Booyah. So that's 3 down, just to Charger up on the side of Evening Chicken. And Aqua gonna definitely have a really good chance to counter push here, especially getting the base clam.
The Charger has wisely stayed alive, so not a complete wipe, but still.
So it seems like the Heavy's going to go for a jump here. Cody already in the base, and they're able to get the jump.
2 down, 3 down on the side of Evening Chickens.
That's going to be.
Although we do see the K-Gal coming back very quickly, that's lead lost already.
Tri-Slosher has clams. K52 using... Wall is really good at shutting down narrow areas. So I think
Oh, but another power goes in.
Yeah, Evening Chickens is not able to take that, just the street leading directly to basket.
And already we're down to 9. That armor coming out and delaying
He has enough
time enough.
Out, but they're not going to be able to come in here, so they're just backing up. Allowing
that armor extending the push, though, because armor just decreases. It makes it take that much longer to kill somebody, so that could mean the difference between winning a game or just extending your push to 9, which is a very convincing lead.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It made it a lot harder for Evening Chicken to dislodge Aqua Affinity out there. So, 3v3 situation, Evening Chickens has 2 Booyahs. They're going to use both of them. Mudkip here, Sharking, gets to pick on the Charger.
Oh, and that's a full wipe. Wow, that push! Although they did they did work through their penalty, but an immediate
knockout.
Wow.
Up the basket. Could it be a safe jump?
And a jump.
Is that gonna be knockout? Oh, they're not able to get it.
The missed clam.
No one has
the Zap is going to try and grab it, but I don't think. But the try coming around on Sneaky and able to dunk that clam for the knockout. I did not expect that. The clapback from that push, I was just commenting on how they'd worked through their penalty, but not enough to put any more points on the board. And then bam, 2 power clams dunked.
Yeah, Aqua Affinity did a really good job, like, staying strong for defense. And once they get, like, a wipe on defense, they just, like, set up really, really fast to get.
I don't even know how they made it over there that quickly. Because it just slipped under my radar.
And I also, like, really like how the heavy was prepared for all the pushes, going to the basket to get that power clam ready to score.
Oh yeah, the miss was unfortunate, but the try being aware enough to follow it up and pick up the clam and right before it despawned to knock out the game.
So yeah, really good job by the try there, using, like, being aware of the objective and using good positioning to set up for that.
Yeah, the try was generally on Sneaky through all of their pushes, either dunking in clams or kind of drawing attention to themselves so that their teammates dunk and throw in more clams.
Yeah, Aqua Affinity did, like, they were overall really coordinated, and they overall worked really well with their very speedy comp there.
Good stuff.
Alright, so I think we're going to have our next set start soon, because it's going to be ready. So stay tuned for that. We're not going to go on break this time.
We're not going anywhere.
So, let me see here. I believe that our next set is going to be deco-X versus Blazing Storm.
Ooh, I'm excited to see how deco-X executes this.
Yeah, if
kind of have all eyes on them after their placement. Their just immediate breakout in placement last slowing.
If I'm correct, deco-X got first in Swiss day 1. So they're going to be first seed going into this. So they definitely have very high expectations for this tournament.
The pressure is on.
I haven't heard that much about Blazing Storm, but, like, they definitely have to be one of the stronger teams to get to round 3 of winners here.
Oh yeah, I don't know much about Blazing Storm either. When it comes to deco-X, I've played with one of their members before, but it was a really long time ago, so all of my information is kind of outdated. But with deco-X's previous performance and in both day 1 and last month's Slow Ink, there's definitely a lot of expectations on them going into this match.
Yeah, deco-X definitely one of the favorites to win this, but with Low Ink, you never know what's going to happen. Blazing Storm definitely could get an upset here.
Oh yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. So...
Oh, we have Piranha Tower as our first match of this set.
Oh.
Interesting.
PTC is... Okay, I'm going to go on a little rant here because we have time. I think PTC is a very flawed map in the fact that, like, the top area that, like, you need to defend is unreachable, and it also is very claustrophobic. So that means that specials like Inkjet are very busted, and a lot of and Machine is also really strong that map because, like, you can just pressure that. And I feel like it makes a lot of weapons just completely unviable there. Like, for example, my main, Tent, I cannot do anything on that map on defense because I cannot reach the bottom from the top, so I'm just kind of crying and in pain. So yeah, I definitely
on the other side of the coin, as a Crapid user, I quite like Pit TC.
Yeah, because you can just, like, use your range to, like, easily defend.
And if I can't reach, you're getting torpedo spammed. I run a pure of Inksaber sub.
Very unfortunate. So,
Although
Yeah.
I definitely see your points.
I think like Prada TC is one of those maps that like really comes down to like the comps that teams run. Like specials like missiles, booyah, inkjet are going to be really powerful for dislodging people, and also
Zoning specials.
weapons like buckets, as you said, K-Rapid, are going to also be really strong for pushing people out of high ground areas. So I'm hoping that both these teams will have comps equipped for dealing with this map mode well.
Oh yeah. And with the location of the checkpoints too, especially checkpoint 1, that one's just in prime position to be fired on by, I don't know the callouts for this map, but just that entire kind of overlook part that the other team can stand on. But also if they're there, they're very vulnerable to being either like ledge camped by rollers or sloshers or blasters, or just shot down.
There's just like a lot of verticality on that map, and it's going to be really important to hold that verticality here to prevent the other team from pushing. Another thing about Pit TC that I find interesting is like there's a lot of, other than like the area where you're pushing with, it's flat, so weapons excel on flat terrain, so like shooters, umbrellas are going to be really good in neutral, but like not as good in defense and pushing. So
you mentioned machine earlier. That is also really strong here.
Yeah, machine is like a weird weapon because it has like its main weapon and sub, which are good at like pressuring high ground, but like it also is good on flat ground because it's just a really good killing weapon. So machine is generally a strong weapon for this map, especially.
My machine days are behind me now, but I used to just one trick that with a passion, and man, it was fun. With the just its whole kit lends itself to chip damage with the main and the sub and the special being, you know, if you take a little too much damage from any of them, you're just dead.
Yeah. I remember back in like, I had this 1 week where I'm like, I'm gonna try pocketing machine, and like, it was really interesting because like I was able to get pushes really well with my main weapon and my sub, but like it was really hard to work with Splashdown as a special for me. Oh, it started.
Yeah,
now.
I understand that.
We got Pit TC, Game 1, deco-X versus Blazing Storm.
Out
There's
comes
machine.
the machine. Machine on 2. Oh.
Ooh.
Dynamo, actually. I do like the choice of Dynamo. I've seen it before, and it can just throw ink onto some of these checkpoints. But that looks like armor Dynamo that we see here.
Yeah, I think also I really find it interesting how the Dynamo is going with combat, QR, and stealth jumps. They're definitely going to try to be...
Oh, and an immediate double out of this K-Pro, which is a triple, just immediately coming in. And
Did I get the
is
quad?
that a quad? Wow.
It's quad. That was like... He just speed ran for that quad. And he gets the penta with Booyah.
Wow.
It's just crazy.
They're just going in, immediately applying pressure to the other team, and this shot just kind of caught out here. And oh, they would have gotten that pick if not for the armor. The K-Pro just more kills, another double? What is going on?
He got like at least 6 that I counted in like the first minute alone. And like,
yeah, it's not even first minute yet. And well, the push does seem to be over now, but out comes another Booyah, and this shot just out here to apply pressure with missiles and paint, catching out any of the enemy team that even try and set foot there. Look at how yellow this map is.
Oh my, yeah, like there's just relentless pressure on the side of deco-X. Like
Junior sitting on the tower, unfortunately dies to Ray, and that's 3 down on their side. So it looks like now there's a chance for a counter push here.
Like that first minute 30 seconds alone, I think that shows why deco-X is like one of the top contenders to win low week. Like playing against a team that was able to get to round 3 of winners, which is like no slouch in low week, they were able to get like just a relentless push there, like immediately to 49.
Yeah, I've seen people say that deco-X has a sort of a scrappy playstyle, but I think that lends itself really well here if they're able to just keep on getting those picks. But already, the other team, Blazing Storm, has gotten to 53,
Oh, they're close to lead here.
But two
deco-X
down.
getting the tower. Inkjet not able to keep it alive.
And K-Shot camping the Inkjet jump. So, rather close now, but unfortunately no dice.
Yeah,
Fall off from the K-Pro.
+2 player, question mark? So both teams are even on checkpoints here, so this is mostly going to come down to, like, who can get, like, a huge push first.
Yeah.
deco-X already setting up the push.
Looks like the Junior's going to be on there. Yeah, the Junior's got their armor out.
Comes out, though, trying to stop the tower here. Ooh, good
K-Shot.
job. Getting the shot, well pressuring the tower.
And they got the Junior, too.
Is the shot.
This Charger's just hard on defense here. Doing a great job of stalling tower.
Yeah, doing a good job knowing the key areas.
Yeah, the machine splashdown getting cancelled, but we see the Dynamo trying to ride tower. Oh, sorry, I'm talking over you, I didn't realize.
Nah, you're good, fellas. So deco-X gets a wipe here.
Yeah.
You're gonna have missiles and splashdown and a booyah come out and almost armor, so this definitely could be a chance to break.
The K-Pro goes down, but the K-Shot's able to finish off their opponent and pressuring the Charger back with these bombs.
Yeah, this definitely could be a lead, but the Stingray coming out on the side of Blazing Storm could be what stops them here.
Yeah.
2 down for deco-X. They're able to get a few points.
3 down.
With just the K-Pro, I think this push is ended.
Yeah. Although, perhaps those few points could make all the difference if we see another clutch game, like some of those that we've seen today.
Yeah, I definitely feel like with, like, the machine and the Inkjet, Blazing Storm could really get set up well.
Yeah.
It isn't, like, that crazy on this map. If, like, they just get, like, a wipe, then Blazing Storm could get leading. So
deco-X is 2 down. Junior's going to jump back and hold armor, looks like.
Yep, able to jump out. So Blazing Storm in a pushing position here. They don't have any specials though. Dynamo's trying to get armor as fast as they can.
Yeah.
They're gonna have an Inkjet here sooner or later too. Here comes the armor.
Every single time the Dynamo tries to ride onto the checkpoint, they are just absolutely pelted with bombs. And Dynamo really doesn't do well against a storm of bombs. So
yeah,
it's just kind of resulted in their demise every time.
I think that comes down to, like, why Dynamo used Red, like, comeback QR stealth jump, because they knew they were going to get rushed down, so they, like, made the most out of that and tried to maximize their time effective. Just the Charger side of Blazing
and it looks like this might be game with the Booyah just waiting to pick off anybody that drops down. Yeah.
Yep. deco-X securing game 1. Well, like, it was pretty close in score. Overall, they were, like, deco-X was just dominant that game with their positioning and aggression.
That K-Pro's picks at the start of the game were just phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely can agree with that. Like, the K-Pro in general was just, like, dominating that game with, like, really quick kill power and, like, just good mechanics.
I also liked how the Junior was on tower making use of the passive special gain that everyone gets from having control of tower, using that to charge armors even faster than usual and support their team.
Yeah, I think that's, like, something that people should talk about a lot more in TC, because, like, well, the amount you get for that individually might not seem like much. Yeah, keep in mind that passive special goes for your whole team, so it's going to add up to be a lot of special points.
I believe there's actually passive special gains for all modes, even in, like, Rainmaker and I think with clams it comes with holding power clams. There's a lot of different details in all of the modes that I find interesting. But speaking of Rainmaker, if I mentioned Rainmaker, I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
You mentioned modes, and Rainmaker is a mode, so I guess that works.
Okay, yeah, technicalities. We're in Rainmaker Inkblot, so we're seeing this stage again. I do want to see how the picks from that K-Pro player, if they're going to pick K-Pro again, because we've discussed this before, wipes on a Rainmaker are devastating.
Yeah, and Inkblot specifically is a really small map, so if deco-X gets, like, this really strong position at the start, they could, like, even get, like, a knockout off of first push, since this map is very small and very fast to push on.
Oh yeah, I want to see what plays out here. Yep, we do have the K-Pro.
double zap and no backlight. I find double zap interesting on Rainmaker since I find Rainmaker to be the weakest mode for armor since the Rainmaker carrier doesn't get armor.
I really like the pick of Carbon Deco because Carbon gets so much control of Inkblot's plat if they're just kind of camping underneath the ledges and vertical flicking onto it. It's just scary. Oh
yeah.
Early pick, but then they go 3 down.
With the Charger, they're gonna take here and just go completely aggressive.
Oh yeah, and here's what I was talking about. The Chaedr are just zoning out plat with their Booyah, and they're just going to go in and look for their pick.
Yeah, gonna force target all the way back there and get a trade. It's just the Chaedr for deco-X though. That's a wipe.
Full wipe. That Ray just shutting down the push. And here's the Carbon.
Yeah, something I noticed about deco-X is they tend to go very all or nothing with how they play. Like, they seem to commit very hard to pushes, and while that can like result in strong pushes like 39,
are we gonna see a knockout?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's like why you don't want to get wiped on Rainmaker as deco-X.
Yeah, all the way up to 8.
Yeah, if your opponent's like really good, they can capitalize off of your wipe and them having specials and you not and push all the way there.
Unfortunately, Blazing Storm wasn't able to keep that push alive as they just got forced out. And this Carbon just getting a pick but getting taken out by another member. And looks like they're setting up for another push here.
Yeah, deco-X in a 3v3 here with the Rainmaker carrier going down. We do have a rain though, so these and armor, so these specials could give them more of a push.
Yeah, the Charger has the Ray though, so but the Charger goes down, and this could be the opening that they were looking for.
Junior needs to clutch out. They're able to trade the Rainmaker. That's such a crucial trade for Blazing Storm.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but they're going to pick up again.
Target trying to start the Rainmaker, stalling as much as they can.
Yeah.
It's only 2 up for deco-X, but they still have a lot of control and pressure.
Let's try.
Rainmaker had to back up all the way to mid, so I don't think much is going to be a lead until deco-X can get specials.
Yeah, and look at all of the specials online for Blazing Storm. The Ray, the armor, all of them getting popped. The Ray looking to just shut down the Rainmaker and get them out of their plat once and for all.
Thunder does do a good job dodging it and by Rainmaker strafing there though. But the Carbon just completely rushes them down there.
The Carbon and the Splash combination. Oh, another full wipe.
That's a full wipe. Yeah, Blazing.
Oh, delayed. I suppose staggered wipe, but still.
Either way, Blazing Storm's able to push here. K-Pro does a really good job catching the Splash out of position there, though.
Yeah,
but Carbon rushing down K-Pro. Just the Carbon forced to back up, and wow, still going to get a trade with 3 autos. Good job.
I like the way the K-Pro took advantage of like the lapse in the Carbon's attention while they were occupied with everyone else. The Rainmaker's going to reset back to mid, and we're back where we started, but Deco gets the pop. And it looks like they're trying to set up for another push here, but the zap, one of their zaps is already down.
The K-Pro tried to get like something with the Booyah there, but Blazing Storm was able to just back away. So
and the Charger has another Ray.
However, they're able
shut down
to
their
push
push yet again.
Clutch Stingray, killing the Rainmaker just before they go down, and it's going to be a 2v1 for Blazing Viper.
Only 1 up for... Yeah.
Just
they do have armor, but it looks like they have to hold that.
Yeah, he can't really go for Rainmaker with like a 2v1 situation like this, and it seems like the Rainmaker's going to reset here.
They have good map control though, and we have about a minute left, so still anything could happen.
Yeah, both teams try to get specials here, preparing for pushing and defending.
Yeah. Junior is going to be popping in armor. Another Ray.
Yeah, Ray goes down. This could be deco-X's chance.
Down.
Situation. 1 goes down there. Machine barely dodges the bomb. Rainmaker goes down. They still control plat though.
They do.
They could get a shark or something here. Try dropped.
And Deco is getting forced out of plat once again.
Armor popped, and it seems like Aki's just going to stall Rainmaker here.
People call it cheesy, but if it guarantees a win, it guarantees a win.
Yep.
Oh,
wait,
but
they
it looks like
dropped?
they dropped.
Well, this is
And
still
this is-
very far for deco-X, but
This is going to give them their last
down
chance.
Rainmaker. They
Oh.
clutched out the kill.
The Carbon too, and not able to get the kill, so now Deco is going to just desperately push in, but the
This
ray
Ray
coming
comes
out from
out.
the Charger.
It seems like Blazing Storm is being very aggressive in, like, their defense, like, not giving deco-X a single chance to set up, just
Yeah,
popping
already
rushing
Deco-X is 2 down, and the Charger is just taking shots at this Rainmaker,
Armor
trying
comes
to
out.
keep them.
Rainmaker's only going to have 20 more seconds to come back in here, so they have to be fast.
That Charger's getting awfully close to another Ray, too.
Yeah. Armor on the side of deco-X, this could be the chance that they need to just watch him. Carbon really clutch trade there, wow.
Wow.
Holy crap.
That was an amazing game off of both teams, but unfortunately, it looks like deco-X just not able to come back from the one wipe they got. And look at the picks, wow.
Yeah, I feel like deco-X was in general more in control that game, but what often happens with Rainmaker is it's not like whoever pushes more, it's whoever pushes has like the one best push, and Blazing Storm definitely had that game.
Yeah, when they were all down and they couldn't get those picks that they showed so strongly in the Pit TC game, they just weren't able to do anything. Because, spoiler alert, you can't do anything if you're dead.
Yeah, we're learning so much about Splatoon and life today.
See, I come onto this stream with the intention of educating people.
Yeah, like, this is educational content for the good of the children.
Alright. Well, looks like we're seeing Sturgeon Zones again, so this should be quite interesting, actually.
Yep.
Oh, and teams are already ready, wow.
We talked about this before, being a very vertical map, so Carbon definitely could be strong here for the side of Blazing Storm, and it also being a very easy to lock out map. So I'm wondering if deco-X is going to be able to get into a dominant position this map.
Yeah.
Same comp as the Pit TC
Oh, a
game.
ballpoint.
Side of deco-X. I think Ballpoint's a very good pick on the side of Blazing Storm, since it's able to outrange and just disallow their quad aggro comp from getting
That's
as much
true.
damage. Early armor coming out for both sides here.
Yeah.
See if they would get anything. Seems like Blazing Storm's gonna get early mid control.
Oh, and the K-Pro goes down.
Yeah, both teams
3v3
have
now,
one here.
yeah. Oh, but it looks like deco-X does take an early cap. And
Yeah,
well, I like this Carbon. This Carbon just absolutely going in for the kills. Kind
yeah.
of trapped underneath here, but they do get the pick.
Really
That's
like
gonna
this
be
Carbon
valuable.
pick because like this map has like a lot of weird vertical terrain that Carbon is really good at maneuvering around. And if the Bomber's able to get enough to cap,
Looks like
Oh.
Bomber's neutralized. This
Yeah.
ballpoint here, standing in zone, trying to work to cap the zone, but is it going to be enough?
yeah, deco-X made a really good job contesting mid here. Yeah, with the Tri-Slosher, one down on both sides. This definitely could go either way. The armor for deco-X going to try to push them
Yeah,
out
this
though.
this junior in the zone just desperately trying to paint over, but they
Yeah.
get called out by the K-Pro.
Definitely caught out position there. Like, bottom mid is not a spot that anyone wants to be in, really, unless you're going for, like, some crazy play, and I don't
Yeah.
think Junior's good at going for those kinds of plays.
Yeah. 2 down already for
Yeah,
Blazing
Junior
Storm.
all the way back in spawn, so Carbon's left alone in the court, and K-Pro nearly got that jump cam.
That Booyah just completely zoning it out, and it's already down to 26. But the try getting the pick and popping an armor, so they will get the cap.
This try is going very aggressive, trying to get as much map control as they can.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that leads
Caught
them to
between
walk into
2
the bomb.
bombs. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they had a suction bomb behind
Missile,
them.
really good there, harassing the
Yeah.
backliner, like utilizing the fact that backline has like pretty weak mobility compared to something like
Yeah.
a Tri-Flusher, forcing them.
That
to
try
go
tried to
there.
drop and get a pick, but unfortunately they didn't get anything out of it and had to back off. But armor coming out for Blazing Storm. and looks like they're gonna try to come out and just loosen Deco's firm hold on the mid that they have here. But oh, and that's a full wipe on the side of Blazing Storm. Wow.
Yeah.
And look at how green that map is.
deco-X definitely going to have a really good opportunity to hold this here. And the Booyah comes out trying to stop Aki here from getting in.
We're already at 7. Oh, take on the Capro? Oh, are we going to see? This is just frantically painting. Oh, but 3 down, and the Carbon is the only left. Can the Carbon do it? Oh no! They were almost able to get that pick, but that's game.
Really close there. Like,
yeah, those firefights for zone can be extremely intense.
I feel like Blazing Storm and deco-X both have like kind of a playstyle where they go for like these scrappy like 1v1 fights, but I think that like deco-X is just more used to that playstyle, and they've just been stronger with that playstyle. So that's
Deco also kind of turns and helps each other in these 1v1s that you're talking about. Like you saw like 3 people jumped on one person that was just caught on their own in bottom mid, and there was no hope for them.
I definitely feel like deco-X, like kind of what we talked about with Aqua Affinity in the last set, they do a good job utilizing the speed of their weapons to like rush to help out each other.
Oh, and look, here's the stage that you didn't want to get.
Okay, alright. So we got TC Mako. This stage I feel like kind of has a similar problem to Piranha with like a high ground area that's like really annoying to get to, since the only way you can get to it is jumping off the tower, which is really clunky and awkward and should not be an encouraged game stop. But anyways, I digress.
I like Mako.
I feel like this map is going to be similar in strengths with like Inkjet, machines, maybe Dynamo, stuff like that being like really good here for holding high ground and also pressuring high ground.
Yeah, it's also going to be like control of the 2 stacks in mid is going to be really important, because anchors like to set up on those stacks. But if you have somebody sharking on the walls, or a slosher or a Carbon even, just kind of continuously flinging ink up onto there, then you can't stand there. So it's like, where are you going to move to then?
Yeah, it's just like pressuring high ground areas is like really important for TC, and I think the maps we have this round really like amplify upon that idea, with like the high ground areas being like impossible to just walk into.
Yeah, like you said, you do have to jump off of the tower if you want to set foot on that, or you can go all the way around through the enemies.
I've never seen that work like ever. Like that.
I've seen it work. I've seen like a sploosh with like 3 mains of swim speed just kind of nose their way through there. But I digress.
We must be playing 2 very different kinds of scrims.
Oh, not scrims, I meant solo, but...
Oh, well, solo's a whole different beast.
Solo is a whole different story. But I digress. We have notably similar comps, although we do see a Caper on both sides now.
I think, like, Blazing Storm's trying to, like, play, like, deco-X more with, like, a more similar comp.
Oh, but they're already 3 down, and already at the first checkpoint, Deco is just absolutely raining down on that.
On top left with like Storm, Booyah.
Oh, a nice knife on the Charger, and here comes a Ray on the tower too.
This Charger has been doing a really good job at defending by like just holding key high ground areas and always having a Ray ready for like the
their Ray timing is impeccable.
Definitely. So Aki's going to try to get armored here.
But he was the K-shot just kind of relentlessly applying pressure to the stacks and not letting anybody rest if they're up there.
Yeah, good job by both players on deco-X there, pushing the stack together, coordinating to 2v1 that Chaedr.
Yeah, the try taking advantage.
There. However, Blazing Storm being careful not to go for ledge.
The splashdown cancel and the 3 down. But that Charger has a Ray as always, and out it comes.
Yep. Kotai here gonna have to move out. Tri-Slosher once again trying to pressure. Really good job at the K-Pro on the side of Blazing Storm, watching that high ground, making sure the Tri can't get away with pressuring that area.
Oh,
So
this
it's just
K-Pro is
trying-
taking quite a nice angle on the tower, being able to fire down. And now Deco is 3 down, and this could be the opening that Blazing Storm needs to set up their push of their own. Booyah
Yeah.
comes out.
I think like Deco's going to primarily watch top left here. Like I see a K shot there, multiple people. Oh, they're moving right. I think this might be a checkpoint for Blazing Storm if they're going to let them take left. Yeah. So they both teams even on checkpoints now. Blazing Storm just has to push a little into that second checkpoint.
But the missiles and all these bombs.
Yeah, missiles
just
and
not
armor
letting-
really good on defense, forcing deco-X back into the game.
And the Storm as well. Oh, but the try does go down to the K-Pro, throwing out a Booyah, so the
Blazing
push is
Storm
still
with a
alive.
43. Are they gonna get lead? Yes, they get lead. Are they gonna get
Oh.
the checkpoint? Oh, it's very close, but just the Stingray and K-Pro neither are
Not
able
quite.
to do that.
Yeah, and the Stingray's taken
Wait,
out
did
for
they
a
get the
delayed
checkpoint?
wipe.
Oh, wait, they barely got the checkpoint.
Just barely.
Yeah,
It looks
the
like that
Chargers-
Stingray was just able to keep tower for just long enough to give them the
Yeah,
checkpoint.
just sneaking on there. Front line charger,
But now deco-X has just taken control of mid, and they're going to be looking to make a push of their own. It is a close game right now.
tons of specials for both teams. Oh, that was a very risky drop by the machine, dropping into multiple
Unfortunately, getting cancelled. Also, because they did get canceled, so they will have more of that splashdown available for them to come right back in.
Another missile comes out from the side of deco-X. Thunder has been getting a ton of missiles this game and popping them at really good times of pressure. There's jumping off tower we see, but Thunder's not able to stay up there. Good job by Blazing Storm holding a lot of pressure up there.
Yeah.
And just going to be
Thunder-
the junior forced to back up here to the Stingray.
Thunder lives, but taken out by the machine, unfortunately, so no time to celebrate.
Yeah,
And this
once
machine
it-
is just going... Oh?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're just taking the stack and just not letting anybody, although they are pushed off by a volley of bombs.
Yeah, once again, this is a very even game still. Like, deco-X only needs to get, like, barely past the checkpoint in order to get a lead here. And,
Ooh, and a
this
missile
could be their
double.
chance. deco-X has been really good at setting up pushes previously with their fast, aggressive playstyle. Full wipe. They definitely could get here. They just need to use their specials well. Booyah comes
Yeah.
out. You're going down. That's such a crucial pick for Sweet there.
And the Charger not having a ray.
They're forced into base with missiles, though, to go down on the side of Blazing Storm.
Yeah.
Just the charter. That's a full wipe. They're going to get the checkpoint
Oh,
here.
goodness.
They're able to push.
Yeah.
Yep,
And they've taken the lead.
Are they going to get the knockout here? It's still 3-1 down. All of
Oh, but the
members
missiles
of
coming out from the
are
K
all
shot.
the way to the right. I don't know if they're going to be able to reach the tower. Yeah, they're able to get the
Wow.
knockout. Wow. I was expecting
soon-
Blazing Storm would have that, but deco-X just was
Yeah.
relentless pushing.
And look at that map control at the very end. Green ink just even behind Blazing Storm's spawn point.
Yeah, when
Wow.
deco-X is all together with their specials going, they are like just really
9
really
missiles,
fast.
look at that.
Yeah, Thunder did a good job getting missiles for like the perfect times for their team to push in. And
Yeah. Unfortunately, the one time the Charger's ray timing failed them was the time they needed it the most.
yeah, that honestly stings. Oh god, I just realized I made a terrible pun. Oh no.
Didn't. Oh no!
So, yeah, deco-X is going to move on to the next round. So, they're definitely doing what we expected them to do going into this bracket. Overall, really strong showing.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason that they're a favorite to win.
Definitely. Alright, so in a second, we're going to go into some promotion for some other tournaments happening soon. So, yeah.
Do you want to start or should I?
I'll go ahead and start.
Alright, so first off, we have Squid Junction, which is tonight actually. It's bi-weekly on Sundays at 7 p.m. Eastern. It is also double elimination, and it will give low ink teams like the opportunity to play against more mid and high level players. So it's counter pick format, and then the map pool for the counter picks is actually voted on by the community. So their first event, like I said, tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, has a $50 prize pool. And yeah, so because it's bi-weekly, it is recurring, but they have their one of their events tonight, so go sign up.
Next up, we have Refreshed Out, a new IPL tournament series. It's going to be bi-weekly on every Saturday, and the first event is going to be March 6th at 1 p.m. AEDT, so I think that's around 9 Eastern Standard Time, if I'm correct. And it's going to have a quality stream, just like Lowing. So yeah.
Yeah, it's targeted for Oceania, so the details are in the IPL Discord server. They can just access easily there by reacting in the Rolls channel. Next up, we have Saturday Morning Coffee. So this is hosted by Endgame TV, and this is going to be on Sunday, February 28th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 7 p.m. Central European Time. And it is going to be double elimination and streamed at twitch.tv/endgametv1.
So the next term we have for all of you European viewers out here is Step Up Europe, which is a European-centric tournament open to all skill levels. Because of the events of NA Open Squid House, they decided that it's time to give Europe some love. So staff in this tournament have support for both French and Spanish language, as well as English, and the designer of this tournament has also worked with IPL staff to ensure that the stream is high quality. So the first Step Up Europe will be a round-robin to bracket tournament held on the 27th of February at 1 p.m. UTC, and sign-ups will close an hour before at 12 p.m. UTC. So it's time to step up and sign up.
Hey. And then finally we have Waiting on Our Fifth, which is a tournament that allows your team to have a spectator in voice chat with them. So, one of a kind. It's run by .jpeg, one of Lowink's head TOs, and it will take place this coming Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And details can be found in the Discord server, and I don't know where the link to that is, but yeah. My team plans to participate in that, and it should be really fun.
Yeah, I really like that concept of having someone else able to call out, and I'm interested in seeing how that changes the dynamic of everything. Yeah,
I've played in the gimmick. I've played in the previous gimmick tournaments, such as Mission Composition, which was randomly generized weapon comps, and that was an experience.
Yeah, I can definitely agree that JPEG's tournaments are a very unique experience. I'll tell you that much. Well,
right.
We're going to hand the mic over to our next commentators, which are, I believe, Popgun and Slimy. So
yep, we'll be signing off here. Thank you all for watching.
And yeah, we'll be right back.
Bye, guys.
See you.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink February 2021. We are about to be giving you guys winners finals, a star-studded matchup between Xylo and deco-X. I am Popgun, joined on the mic with the only Slimy in the entire community. Slimy, how are you doing today?
Good morning / afternoon / time. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great, and a good evening to those in the across the pond from us, I guess I should say. But we got a couple of North American teams coming in here for a winners finals that is very critical for both of these teams. deco-X was here last month. They took on Rising Matrix, who basically banished them to the losers bracket and didn't really recover from that. This winners finals historically has been very important for both teams. The loser of the winners finals has gone on to make it to grand finals only 2 times and have lost 6 times afterwards. So winning this one is very critical, and losing it can basically be the end of the tournament for you, even though there is a losers bracket up ahead.
Yeah, obviously you're going to, even if you do make it back to grand finals, you have to take 2 sets from the winner's side team. And I'm really excited for this matchup. I'm not too familiar with both these teams, but I know Xylo has not dropped a game so far in bracket. They're 3-0 all 3 of their sets, and deco-X doing pretty well as well, going 3-1 in each of their sets. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, neither team has dropped a set throughout the entire weekend. They've dropped a couple of games, as we've seen. So this isn't the second coming of Rising Matrix. As we see the comps coming out here, Xylo not having Dino on the roster today, so it doesn't look like they're going to have an anchor player. And in fact, there's no anchor on either side. It's just going to be an absolute bloodbath with the comps that we're seeing. A lot of aggression.
Yeah, I was watching I was watching deco-X play back in that last set, and I know they had a pretty aggressive composition. So this should be a really fast-paced game here on Manta Zones, which these kind of fast-paced games, you can really lock out a team hard, as 2 go down on the side of Xylo early.
Yeah, Zone kind of stalled out here. Looks like Xylo's trying to cap Zone with this Inkjet here, and they managed to do just that. And the Zone's kind of stalled out here, as we see some players kind of taking time to spawn back in. The pros trade out a little bit. The key to this game is going to be, it's so hard to get points on this map just because there's 2 zones and you basically sneeze on one and it loses control of it. So whoever can create the best lockout is going to be the team that's going to win it. And so far, it looks like Xylo isn't going to hold on to their lockout for much longer as it switched back into control of deco-X.
Yeah, so a really good response there is they actually get 3 down already now, just leaving the slosher. I think maybe coming back from spawn, we see them at the top left side. But a really good response from deco-X not to get locked out early. They're keeping themselves in this game and even putting themselves in position. If they can get some specials, they can really get some more map control. As it looks like Xylo maybe going a bit slow, trying to get together and build up their specials before they get back in as well.
Potat on the side of deco-X really popped off in that last set against Blazing Storm. It looks like they're picking up right where they left off here. Already 5 KA. 1 Booyah Bomb coming out here, leading with the frags, but 2 players down for deco-X. It looks like control's going to go back into Xylo, and that's kind of what we were talking about. It's really hard to get any kind of substantial points unless you just get a full wipe. And to each team's credit, we haven't seen a full wipe just yet. Just a couple players going down on each side, and that's kind of led to this, even though deco-X has the lead here, it's not really something they should feel comfortable with as we approach the halfway point.
Yeah, things can happen so quickly on this map. Just one good push, coordinated, and a wipe can really... Once you push off on this map, you can ask any player, it can be really hard to come out, especially if they could take control of where Thunder is pushing right now, but he's in a little bit of danger. Your teammate jumped to him, seeing if they can hold on there to keep... They want to get this penalty out of the way.
Yeah, Neo doing a really good job there before getting taken out. I was saying, keeping the deco-X players from pushing up too far to get control of that street, which is what they're looking to do, but regardless... The zone just kind of stalled out there.
Oh,
that
that's
worked
a wipe.
in deco-X favor. But here we go, the first wipe, and this is going to be a huge opportunity to Xylo if they can push up and get some map control here. They could do some serious damage on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we gotta get credit to Xylo because they were definitely stalling out the zone, and we weren't quite sure if they were gonna really go in and get those picks and make the move that they needed to take control. But all that stalling, playing it slow, they found their opportunity and really put it all together there. And now deco-X responding really well, though, getting 2 kills of their own. Abuya might be able to take the zone back and limit that push, only to 55. So still not a super comfortable lead, but definitely something that deco-X has to feel good about with only a minute and a half remaining in this game.
Yeah, that's a great response by deco-X. I mean, that was the first wipe we've seen, and really, they didn't really surrender too much on the scoreboard. They were able to get the picks that they needed there, and now creating a great little lockout situation here.
Patat is really been playing well. Just a couple crucial kills. Does go down to a splat bomb from behind, but we see the score ticking down already at 20 points for deco-X. Now they are 2 down. It won't be a knockout or anything, however. Just you have to love the aggressive positioning from deco-X to really make the most out of their pushes. They've taken a lot in the opportunities they've had,
and they've been doing a good job of responding back. And okay. You see them jumping back here, surrendering a little bit of control, but they do have time to work with. The question is going to be, well, you see another player jumping back, so they're going to be a little discombobulated for a second, but they survived this inkjet here. They got some armor to work with. The baller comes out here and doesn't really accomplish a whole lot either, other than just keep players back. Nobody's really died on either team, and that's going to be the first player to go down. The Slosher or Deco for Xylo, as they hold on to the zone just a little bit longer, but I don't think they can. They don't have enough players left alive, and that is going to be a cap. And with this Nautilus player going down, I don't think there's going to be enough time for Xylo to come back in with the Slosher. You see them jumping, trying to make some desperate plays. They can't cap both zones in the span of time that is left. And deco-X will hand Xylo their first loss of the entire day here in Winners Finals.
Yeah, their first game loss, and it comes in a game 1, so you have to love that momentum for deco-X. And, they know that Xylo isn't going to be some unbeatable team for them today. And just really impressive performance, especially, Potat. I hope I'm saying that right. Patat.
I want to say potato, but they left the O out. So
they left the O out.
It has to be Potat.
Which is a bold move, but I respect it. But yeah, bold plays from him as well, or them coming out with 14 kills. And just the whole team, really, like I said, it got very close at the end, but I really liked the decision. They didn't rush in at the end when Xylo was able to take control. When that overtime started approaching, they jumped back if they needed to. They waited to get together, and they waited out Xylo's specials. They didn't go in too early where the inkjet was out, the baller was out, and they didn't die to those specials early, which gave them an opportunity to get back in with their own specials. They popped armor, and the only thing they really had to worry about was Booyah Bomb. But when you're the team that's in the lead, you only need to stall the zone. They were able to take it in the end, but it's a lot harder, especially on a double zone big map like Manta, where you have to take both zones to keep overtime going. All deco-X had to do in that situation was stall. But now in game 2, we're going to Clan Blitz Wahoo. So pretty interesting map mode here, especially with both these aggressive kind of styled teams. I really wonder what their strategies are going to be here.
Yeah, both teams without an anchor. This is traditionally where you see somebody place like a Splatling or a Firefin or something on the plat and just kind of roll mid from there. But yeah, both teams, and we don't see any subs coming out here, so I think we're still going to see the same aggression that we saw in that last game. It looks like Sleepy Potato is in chat saying it doesn't matter. You can say potat or potato. I don't know why they're listening to the commentators instead of focusing on the set, but it is what it is. We're moving on to game 2.
Maybe they're like the ego boost from us talking about the win. But either way, yeah, Patat. I'll probably just switch it up a lot. Why not? Doing very well and sticking with the K-Pro there. Pretty similar comps on both sides, right? I think maybe the Slosher switching to Machine, or was that on the other? No, that was on the other side.
Well, they had like the deco or whatever, but still kind of the same class that we see there. And yeah, just a bunch of shooters coming out from Xylo. This is kind of Xylo's bread and butter. What you see from them is not really going to be too much different. You're always going to see a Nautilus, a Pro from Neo, an Armor, and then it's just, I guess, the Octo Shot or K Shot, as we see 2 players immediately going down on the side of deco-X as Xylo starting to push up, make that 3 players, and they have a ton of clams to work with here. Xylo in a great opportunity to do some damage early.
And the Booyah Bomb coming out is going to put even more pressure on deco-X's side. And we had a 30 clam total, and they're just throwing them in. 7 more clams jumping in there. They might get up to 30 points here in one push, and hell, they might even go farther. Already down to 26. Now, this is just a really good opening push. They are doing everything right. Now, there is 2 down, but it's still, even with 2 down, they take 3 more down. That's a full wipe. They have the clams to end it. That game was faster than we could even commentate.
Wow, what a response by Xylo, taking their first loss in the entire day in Alpha Bracket, responds with saying, we're just going to end this Clam Blitz game in under a minute. Just got the wipe and did not look back from there. Okay, so I guess we're tied up at 1-1 here.
Yeah, just like that, and really like the snap of your finger, blink of an eye. Xylo just came out with, I mean, really good gunplay, and their awareness of the situations they were in. Whenever they got 2 up, they were collecting so many clams, using their teammates as jump points, and were able to just, you know, they had the right mixture of, all right, I'm going to go get clams, you're going to go to their spawn and put on pressure, and just and constantly rotating out, and they didn't give up on the push when they had a 2 down on each side situation. They kept with the push, kept the pressure up, found those picks, and were able to end that game. So really good awareness of the objective, and obviously great execution.
You know, that's kind of the risk that you run when you have this this double aggressive comp that both teams are pulling out here. You kind of risk these early fights that just go on in mid and going into the favor of one team over the other. And basically that game was done in the first 15 seconds. Yeah. And it was...
Especially a map that's so big like Wahoo, where the team can just position however they need to. And they really worked well together. But now, going into game 3, we are on Tower Snapper. And we see an H3 coming out from Xylo, so a bit more range for them as well. So switching up the comp there, and deco-X sticking to what they went with in games previous.
Yeah, so no more Junior, but action on that H3 is actually really, really pretty good with that weapon. So we don't really expect too much of a change playstyle-wise from Xylo, as we do see a couple of trades coming out here. Shy trying to just stay alive, getting chased away by Action, who's doing a good job of just getting control of mid, does have some armor to work with, and they're opting to push the tower right here, and armor coming out. They do have, it looks like they are in pretty good position to at least get to this first checkpoint. Blue doing a good job of keeping people away. You know, it looks like they did hop off tower there eventually, but so nothing significantly done there on the scoreboard other than Xylo getting almost wiped.
Yeah, deco-X playing great defense after that first beginning push. See, I was going to point out that Xylo, again, it was kind of the same thing as that game 2, where even though it was mostly a trade situation, it ended up being 2-2, they kept being aggressive and started pushing that objective. And while that's something that worked out for them great game 2, deco-X was able to spawn that time. And when you push that aggressively, you're risking, obviously, to go 3 down or 4 down, and now it's in deco-X control, but then it's flipping right back. So close opening to this game.
Yeah, the thing about tower control is that it's a little bit of a slower mode. So as we do see some wipes going out here, they're not going to be punished as severely as some of the other modes that we're seeing. As we do see Patat here trying to hop down and stall out this tower a little bit as 2 players, make that 3 players going down on the side of deco-X. So at the very least, you got to think they can clear this first checkpoint. But right as I say that, the last player left alive somehow takes down some more players. This checkpoint most certainly will fall? Question mark? No! The only player on tower died, and nobody else is around it to get past. Okay, somebody hopped on and he was
great awareness. Great play from Blue there to get that lead, and now they're at checkpoint 2. Just found the way to the tower despite all the trading and all the deaths going on there. And now we see, finally it looks like maybe Xylo might get some momentum off this ink jet. 1 player does go on the tower, and that jump's being camped by Thunder. And it looks like it is stalling out a bit here, but definitely I like what Xylo's doing right there. They have that kind of teamwork going on where they're trying to double team Thunder. Are they able to finish this kill? Thunder's doing a great job staying alive right now.
Yeah, just kind of riding that wall. Action can't really do much at the position that they're in. Thunder punishing it, but it looks like Xylo still has a bit of the man advantage. Thunder eventually does go down as Neo gets the pick and does have Booyah Bomb to work with. They already got the lead, but clearing the second checkpoint would be huge over the course of this entire game. That second one is so difficult to get across. Neo does take down one more player, and it looks like they will get across this checkpoint unscathed.
That inkjet death there looked a little unlucky, but Xylo still with all the control here. They are 2 down finally, but still putting so much pressure on with the tower all the way up to 26. Looks like maybe the push will finally be down, but a deco-X player falls in the water. They get up to 26. And that was finally the last death. It looks like the deco-X will have a breather and hopefully able to take mid for them. But I really liked what Xylo did there. They constantly were playing the numbers game. They picked out which members of deco-X were alone there, and they kept constantly pushing them. And if they weren't able to get the kill right away, they waited, they regrouped, and they played that number games again. A lot of 2v1s there, and just great use of that Inkjet and another special to push ahead of tower.
Yeah, deco-X is a team that has done a lot of damage in low inks, making 3rd place last time. But Xylo is definitely the more experienced team. They've been around a little bit longer, and you can kind of see that in their play, just the way they realize when somebody dies on tower, somebody else might be in a fight, but they find a way to hop back on. And we do have a 1v2 situation right here. Possibly a KO as Blue is pushing up, keeping players away from that tower as more players hop in and die. But more importantly, even though Blue will likely die here eventually, the tower
not before they get
on deco-X's side of the map, and there's only 30 seconds to work with.
Yeah, not before they were able to push up and also get a couple kills in the process. And see, when you get those trade kills with that objective so far late game, it makes it that much harder for deco-X to come back and even get mid control. See, the sharking here on display from Xylo, definitely deco-X not all the way coordinated. They're not really painting ahead of the map. They don't know where Xylo's kind of hiding out, and all Xylo needs to do here is play defense. They have such a large margin here that they can wait, and they just take tower right at mid. They say we're going to end it now and go up 2-1 in the set. So really strong play from Xylo these past 2 games.
And if you thought Xylo was going to be phased after taking their first loss of the day a couple of games ago, we've seen the bounce back here. Obviously, the very fast KO in Game 2 of Clan Blitz, the more slow, drawn-out death that they gave to deco-X here in tower control. A nice response from them. And now the question for deco-X is going to be, how do we respond as we go over to Rainmaker and Anchovy Games, a mode where that might suit both of these teams just based off their play styles? But this could be just another example of whoever gets wiped first could be completely destroyed in this game, just because of we've seen a lot of wipes in the past couple of games, honestly, on both sides. And on a mode like this, it could be punished a little bit too severely to come back from.
Yeah, and what I'm really interested to keeping an eye on is how deco-X responds to those kind of 2v2 situations, because it looks like Xylo's been coming on top of those. You would feel that those situations are more 50-50 when it's like a 2v2, but it looks like Xylo's been really coming on top more often than deco-X. They've been, whether it's just been the map control or the pressure that they're not letting up, it's been working out for them. So I'm really interested in seeing what deco-X responds with here.
Both teams take no time readying up, and we do. And interestingly enough, they pretty much a lot of switches coming out here. Blue coming out with Tetras, double in zap with on the side of deco-X. I wonder if that's just their desperation comp. Let's get double armor out there. But a lot more paint, at least from this time around. And the Tetra pick is really interesting.
Yeah, so on deco-X's side, I do think they played a similar comp to this earlier in the tournament, if I remember correctly. So maybe these are just weapons that they're more comfortable with working together here and hopefully keeping map control. But they're being two really great picks from Kumu there. Just with the Inkjet, I don't think there's anything you can do about that. And Xylo, the Xylo member on the top left, able to just push up, get the blue bomb, get more picks, just knowing the situation of that Inkjet, what it allowed them to do. And now the Rainmaker should have an opportunity to get a bunch of points here.
Yeah, and the question is going to be how many? 37 remaining and 2 players down. But, there's 3 players down on the side of deco-X. So Xylo's going to be able to add even more points to their lead here, if not get a KO. And that is the last player left alive that just went down. And that is another quick KO. Xylo rides that amazing Inkjet in the beginning of the game to win Game 4 and take the set, and they will be in Grand Finals 3-1 over deco-X.
Yeah, wow, just another KO. There's almost not even much you can say about that. Just I mean, the teamwork on display was very impressive. It really shows you why they didn't drop a game before this set. If they've been playing like that the whole tournament, I think they're a very scary team for whoever finds them in Grand Finals. So they'll be waiting winner's side as we head down to the losers bracket coming shortly.
Yes, we will be dipping our toes into the losers brackets now or momentarily. I haven't even looked at it, so let me just peek at it real quick and see where we are. We might have to take a little bit of a break. Yeah, it looks like a couple of sets have already started. Blazing Storm, Evening Chickens, and then Aqua, Affinity, and Crusty Crew. So I think we're going to go ahead and take a break here and catch up with the action in the losers brackets. You are watching Low Ink here on IPL. And wake up, all of you Squid Beats fans. We are finally back with round 5 semifinals of the losers bracket. I am Popgun alongside Slimy, and we're about to be bringing you guys the Crusty crew taking on the Blazing Storm. I don't know why I tripped up memorizing that. Blazing Storm we saw on stream a couple of matches ago against deco-X. The Crusty crew, on the other hand, are having an absolutely insane tournament for them. This is a team that made Gamma Bracket last month. Their best finish ever was Beta Bracket a couple of months ago, back in like October. So it's impressive for them that they made Alpha Bracket, but even more impressive that they're still alive here in losers semifinals. What is going on with these guys?
Yeah, and they've been on a tear in losers bracket. Well, they've been in losers for, this is now their 4th round in losers. They started all the way back in losers round 2, won 3 sets in a row, and 2 of those sets were 2-0. So in the face of defeat, they've been making it here, and they're now in the top 4 of Alpha Bracket. So I guess a hot day. They've been improving, they've been working, and now they're going against Blazing Storm. So can you tell me more about Blazing Storm, on the other hand, and what they've been doing?
Well, last time we saw them was taking on deco-X and seemed pretty even with them, even though deco-X got the win. And by the way, deco-X is the team that is waiting the winner of this game, which is going to be a best of 3 set. You would get the sense that Blazing Storm, just by what we've seen so far, is the better team. But if Crusty Crew keeps playing the way they have been up to this point, we could have a really close set here. But game 1's going to be Rainmaker at the Reef. We see that Hydra coming out for the side of Crusty Crew, and a Sea Jet with Stingray, a more traditional pick, coming out on the side of Blazing Storm.
And this is a Rainmaker Reef, so a map that can be very fast-paced, very aggressive. It's going to be crucial to see who takes this opening push on the bridge here, who can get control. It looks like, I believe, Blazing Storm in the bluish-purple. What color is this? I'm not sure. By the way, target pushing up very aggressively, but now armor on the side of the Crusty crew. And now things starting to slow down a bit, but no, the pressure coming out from Blazing Storm here.
We see the Hydra getting taken down as well. So a 2v2, not really a situation where anybody can get a push going. However, it looks like Blazing Storm is going to try to get one going as well. The C-Jet player picking it up, just trying to paint here, looking for an opportunity for teammates to come back in. But while they do that, the Crusty crew is joining back in as well. They finally swarm onto the Rainmaker, take them down, and are in position to start pushing back and capture some paint here. That bluish purple paint that you alluded to, that Blazing Storm has pushed down.
Yeah, and just looking at the comps right here, I see that Crusty Crew, in my mind, kind of has a more defensive-oriented comp. They have a double armor on Rainmaker, as well as missiles and rain, so not quite the offensive specials that might allow you for a big quick push, but they definitely have specials that can allow them to maintain map armor as well as the weapon picks. But speaking of offensive specials, that's what's coming out from Blazing Storm now. The Ink Point gets a crucial pick, and now just running right up the middle, but that Hydra able to stop. And he's been, or Pal has been camping this kind of corner a lot and not really been contested so much. A long pick there from that Hydra, doing a lot of work to stop Blazing Storm from a big push, and now they have a numbers advantage.
Currently top fragging too with 7 KA, popping their second armor before dying right there. But yeah, you know, you kind of alluded to, this is a more defensive comp for the Crusty crew, and so far they've faced 2 situations where they had to kind of turtle up and stop huge scores from being put up there by Blazing Storm, and they've passed both of those tests. The question is going to be, though, can they get a push going of their own? Is there going to have to be another defensive situation here? And the Hydra is down just now, and that is actually a delayed wipe. So this is an opportunity that got shut down by the last player left alive. The K-shot from the back door takes down 2 players and ultimately stalls this push somehow.
But the Inkjet with a big pick of their own, and now another pick coming in on that left side. It's a 2v3 on the side of the Crusty crew. Blazing Storm kind of has all the map control right now to get another push going. Only an armor here to stop. The Hydra needs to get back in position, but it looks like Blazing Storm are going to play it a little bit more slowly. They don't have any specials at the ready. Getting an armor of their own ready now, but the Junior goes down. and the Rainmaker's gonna reset. So now back to a neutral position, and that's just the defense again on display. The Crusty Crew, they have 2 down, and see, this is where they need to react fast. They have the defense that's been working well from them so far, but what they haven't had is a big response on the when they get the numbers advantage to push up quickly and get map control.
Yeah, they can play defense all they want, and 53 is a score that you can beat for sure. But with 3 minutes and a half basically already gone by, and you've only gotten the Rainmaker once. And looking at, they had an opportunity, a window there, but 2 players immediately go down, and once again, they got to be on the defensive end of things. As one more player flanks around from behind, can they take this player down? They do. So, yeah, they just... It doesn't matter how good they play defensively. If they can't only touch the Rainmaker once or twice this game, this is going to be a win for Blazing Storm.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of time to work with. Like you said, 53, not a huge push on this map. And we've still got over a minute to play here with a lot of map control. 2 armors coming out at the same time for the Crusty Crew, which it is what it is. Either way, a big firefight on the right side here, as it's a 2v2 situation. Neither team really has a lot of control of the bridge now. It looks like it's going to be Blazing Storm, but a big flank from... Oh no, this is... I'm on the wrong side of the map. I thought I was flanking, but I was not oriented. But look at all the control. The Ray will stall this push, but this should be an opportunity. Even if you let the Rainmaker go down here, you focus on map control, you focus on pushing up. It's still a 3v4 with all of Blazing Storm kind of pushed back a bit. If they can get some more specials here and push up, this could be their opportunity. They just can't rush in and lose this push.
You know, the window here for the Crusty Crew is just to do dragged out pushes. They go a little bit, they die, and then the Hydra pops and picks it back up, but they don't have time to do that right now. Only 20 seconds, and they were the last team to touch the Rainmaker, so they're going to need to grab it here. They do them a little bit of a favor by popping it for them, and one player going down. I just don't think there's enough time here. 10 seconds. They do have the GG Ray to work with as well, and Crusty Crew is going to have to find a way. They do pick it up, but now they're going to need to survive the Stingray that's coming out right here, and they do have a little bit of paint to work with, but not enough. And there we go. We talked about the defense of the Crusty Crew, which, to their credit, is good enough to win that game. But when you only touch the Rainmaker a handful of times, there's only so much you can do there.
Yeah, they had really good responses to the pushes from Blazing Storm, but again, that even when you don't have a fast-paced offense with those specials to break through, even something as simple as the Ray, the GG Ray, like you mentioned right there, that's enough to stop the push itself without that offensive presence. And it did that numerous times. Even when they had other things going for them, that Ray just shut them down. They needed to be just a little bit more, a little quicker with their pushes there. And yeah, at the end, they're just not able to move forward. They didn't have a long way to go, but just a great use of specials really from Blazing Storm as they go up 1-0. But Zone's Manta is quite a different kind of map mode, I would say. We've already seen it in our last set in that game 1 in Winners Finals, so...
Xylo and deco-X, and I guess the question here, if you're, and again, this is a best of 3, so one more loss for Crusty Crew, and their Cinderella run is over with here. But the question is going to be, do you stick with that Hydra, which if you use it right can be really, really effective here, and especially considering your Hydra player Pal was mainly the main reason you were in that game to begin with. So this could be a situation to where this map benefits Crusty Crew just for that reason.
Pal played very well in that first game and does stick with the Hydra here. And this is a map, especially when you play... Oh, I thought that was Double Dynamo. Dynamo and Carbon on Blazing Storm side. A very aggressive comp with the Dynamo as that main kind of map control beast. But I feel like Hydra can definitely do some things to a slow Dynamo player. Like you kind of mentioned, I think that Hydra has certain positions on the map that if you get set up, you can really take control. So this opening is going to be very crucial. As Blazing Storm already loses 1, they do put pressure on the Hydra right away, and that's what I was about to say. 2 down for the Crusty Crew as Blazing Storm gets some early control here.
Yeah, the Hydra is really going to be the key here, as odd as that is to say. I mean, there's no charger to deal with it, so that the idea is going to be, can they keep... for the Crusty Crew, can they keep their Hydras safe and just kind of abuse the range like they're doing right there? Really, the Dynamo is the only thing that can threaten them, especially special-wise. Maybe the Suction Bomb Rush? I don't know, but as long as they keep them safe, and you can see they realize the threat is keeping the Hydra down, and they're doing a good job of putting pressure on them.
Yeah, the other side of the keep the Hydra safe thing is Blazing Storm has such an offensive playstyle, an offensive group right here. We've already seen that Carbon do that right flank a couple times in that first minute. They died immediately on it and went right back to the flank, got a kill, and even put some pressure on the Hydra. So this offensive playstyle, it's really an interesting clash of styles here. As already the Hydra's getting set up on this. What's the word for this? Please, Popgun, help me out.
Just top mid. I mean, you can say map.
Top mid works for me. Tried to set up there, but the Dino is able to outmaneuver him and take. Now there's 3 down once again for the Crusty crew. Good job from EP right here to stay alive, dueling with the Carbon, but not able to come out on top. And Blazing Storm going to try to get some more points on the board.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a situation where the comps are really going to work out in Blazing Storm's favor. Yeah, Zulette recognizing where the Hydra is and is just making sure they can't get comfortable, they can't get those shots revved up. Inkjet does the first Inkjet being popped today. I was going to point out, they do have a lot of armors to work with that Inkjet, but that was one of the rare times they actually popped it, and there wasn't any armor to go with it. And the points are just ticking away. Possibly a lockout as 2 players going down. It's going to have to be a miracle play from that player that just got killed. That'll likely do it.
It's a junior. And you might be able to stall the zone if you're lucky, but one junior cannot take 2 zones at once, and they're not able to save the game there. So that is going to be the set. Yeah, just a really great lockout with that offensive plus Blazing Storm. They pushed up so fast whenever they got even 1 pick, especially if it was on that Hydra. Either they isolated the Hydra and were able to take map control, or they got a pick on someone else and was able to push through there without the team to support that Hydra. So just a really good set there from Blazing Storm, especially that game 2. Very convincing win there as they're going to be going to losers finals.
The clock has struck midnight for the Crusty crew, but if you in chat had the Crusty crew as the team that would finish in 4th place out of the 100 some odd teams that signed up for this low ink, you probably would have gotten a ton of channel points that you gambled to see something like that happen. And I don't know why Blazing Storm is leaving the lobby. We're going right into we're not taking a break. We're going to go right into losers finals. As you alluded to, Blazing Storm is going to have a rematch against deco-X. And I believe come back, quit leaving. We're gonna I'm saying things people can't see. So let's preview this here. What is this going to be? A best of 5? Yes,
best of 5 in this losers finals. And again, like you said, it's going to be a rematch between Blazing Storm and deco-X. deco-X going 3-1 over them in the winner's side of the bracket, all the way back in was that round 3? I want to say. So it's gonna be a very interesting set. Obviously, Blazing Storm going to need to be doing some adjustments here as I struggle to find my words. So I need to do some adjustments as well, Popgun.
Well, I got some stats for you here. First off, deco-X was in this situation last month where they played a team in losers finals that they beat prior in the tournament. C-Boys. And the C-Boys beat them in the losers finals. So here, another situation yet again. And once again, I kind of alluded to this earlier. The team that loses winners finals in the losers finals, that team is 2-6. So the odds, even though deco-X has already beaten Blazing Storm, the odds are heavily in the favor of Blazing Storm to get the upset here and find a way into grand finals. So for deco-X, it's going to be how mentally tough are they? It's been a long weekend. They haven't lost at all until just now against Xylo in winners finals. So how are they going to bounce back from that? They've been sitting a little bit. We've had a little bit of a wait. So they're going to be coming in cold versus a team like Blazing Storm that's got a lot of momentum. So you tell me who's the favorite here.
See, that's always the thing with these losers runs that you have to watch out for. And when you're sitting in losers finals from from a winners finals loss, you're waiting 2-3 sets maybe. So you're waiting up to maybe an hour to play almost. I'm not sure. I don't think it's been that long, but it's been quite a while, and that puts all the momentum on that losers team on Blazing Storm right now. They've been winning sets. They're feeling great right now. They've come off. They just came off a 2-0 set, and then before that they came off. I actually can't see the record right now because I don't know. It's messed up with my screen. But my point is they're coming off some wins. They have the momentum on their side, and like you said, deco-X has won these before. However, it's a new month. deco-X might be a whole new level of team right now, and I know they want to get back to the rematch. They don't want to finish third again. They want that second. They want that first. So it should be another good set.
Well, the question is, what did they learn from last month? Or is this just going to be history repeating itself as teams are realizing that they should hop back into the lobby? Interestingly enough, the last person to leave is the last person to join back up. But while we wait for that to get started, let's see. Game 1 is going to be Tower Control at Anchovy Games. I don't think this was a map these two teams played on in the last set. No, they played Tower Control at Pit, and I believe the last one was Mako Mart. Both of those games going into the favor of deco-X. Potato popping off with the K Pro basically that entire set, and it didn't really seem like Blazing Storm had an answer for the K Pro of Potat.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think the one game deco-X lost was that, I want to say, Rainmaker Inkblot game, if that sounds correct to you. Yes. And they had that kind of double armor comp. And I know that Blazing Storm had that Carbon putting in a lot of work, that Carbon that we saw in that Manta game just now versus Crusty Crew. So I definitely wonder what comps each team is going to go for. They might have taken notes on what worked for them and what didn't. You know, that Carbon was working for Blazing Storm that one game. Maybe you bring that out, especially on a map that favors it. I'm not sure if Anchovy is that. Anchovy can definitely vary in how that plays out. But versus an offensive team like deco-X, I have to wonder just what the ideas they have brewing right now are. This is a very important best of 5 set to get to grand finals.
Well, we do know they are anchorless, so they're gonna keep up that aggression that they've been showing throughout this entire tournament. And it seems like Xylo was the only team that just kind of matched their aggression. That just like out deco-X, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just the matchup against Blazing Storm that works out better in their favor, at least earlier into the set.
And that's why I think that I don't remember every game from that deco-X. I wasn't commentating it, but that's why I do wonder maybe if those aggressive comps like that one with the Carbon are what Blazing Storm might want to look to here, just because maybe deco-X isn't as used to facing off against just as aggressive teams. Maybe they fall under that pressure a bit more easily, whereas versus a more defensive team like the Crusty Crew, they're able to take advantage of that slower pace opposition. So it's really a lot to think about, and it's just interesting to discuss, you know, what might be going through these teams' minds. And I wish I could hear what they're talking about right now.
They're probably yelling at their teammates to join the lobby.
They haven't even made it that far yet, huh?
Or maybe they're just trying to get a break in here. Who knows? It's been
maybe they're trying to. Well, actually, is that the? Are we waiting on a Blazing Storm member?
Yes.
I was gonna say maybe deco-X is trying to ice out Blazing Storm, but they're icing out themselves.
Yeah, it's not. But they're already pretty cold, I would imagine. And finally, we got some players in the lobby. We're going to be just double checking because not everyone has the tag that matches or whatever. So this kind of looks like a casual PB in some sense.
But yeah, everyone's in the lobby now. So very shortly, we're going to be starting up on Losers Finals of the February 21 Low Ink here in the Alpha Bracket. So this is it. This is the stretch of the tournament. This is top 3. This is a medal right now. So should be a fun set and a rematch as well, like we've mentioned. So getting very exciting here, and I thank you all for joining us today. And I think you
go
for commentating with me here.
Oh, well, don't thank me yet. We still got about an hour and a half to go here. This could easily go off the rails.
And I'm just so excited for it, buddy. I'm waiting for it. I don't know what's gonna happen with these teams.
If you're excited in chat, you can do a prediction right now. Gamble away those channel points that you can redeem for literally nothing other than just to keep gambling those points away. Predict either deco-X to repeat as the winner in this matchup, or Blazing Storm can pull off the quote-unquote upset here, coming in as the underdog. I believe that prediction will close in about a minute or so. But you weren't going to use those points for anything anyways, as teams are starting to ready up here, and we will be shortly bringing you game one. Once again, this is a best of 5. A winner moves on to take on Xylo for the whole kit and caboodle, and loser will get a nice shiny bronze medal, as we are finally getting started here.
Yep, so we've got Tower Control and Chovy. Now this is a very interesting map mode. This has been quite the amount of hype sets on this map mode since Splatoon 1. Something that takes a lot of skill to get a good push here, as you have to push up over that fan and through the team spawn with all those drop downs. But once you get rolling here, it can be pretty hard to stop you. So we see a Squiffer. I just want to point that out. Not the most common pick, at least in my mind. Maybe I'm a bit old school in that thought, but Blazing Storm bringing out the Squiffer, and I wonder how that's going to factor in versus that aggressive comp of deco-X, as already one goes down on the side of Blazing Storm.
Yeah, the Squiffer's a really good, well, now I was going to say it's a really good weapon to support your teammates with, but it doesn't help when all your teammates are dead and you're the last player left alive, as deco-X getting into a great position up on the plat. It's going to keep people away from the tower so they can clear this first checkpoint. You see them not overextending too much. They're staying near the tower, and Sweet able to get a nice pick there, even though the Booyah Bomb comes out.
Wow.
So they do possibly stop this push. The Squiffer falls behind the tower. The Squiffer is actually the last player left alive. That is a wipe, and that will clear the second checkpoint as well.
Yeah, while that Squiffer did get a nice pick, they did have to fall behind the objective, was not able to put the pressure on it, and it's a bit hard to get into a good position when you fall out like that with a Squiffer, but deco-X is just rolling right now with this armor's still up on their side. They have the tower just about to get past the last checkpoint. This could be a quick knockout. It's a 3v3. They're just trying to stay on.
With one player left alive, that is going to be it. Did we say deco-X might be cold? It looks like they're playing in the only part of North America that isn't frozen right now. What a response. And honestly, if you're deco-X, that's what you needed. Coming off of the loss, this is what we saw last month. They didn't play like this last month in this situation. This is the type of response they needed to show, and this win is going to do so much for their mentality going over the course of this set.
Yeah, but let's not forget, they had that game one in that winners finals and then went on to lose 3 more games. So they have to keep their foot on the gas. They can't get complacent. They need to stick to those things that are winning them these games, that those aggressive pushes where they're utilizing their armors, they're pushing up ahead of the tower there, and then they're isolating the other team. Splat Zone's Mustard Forge is going to change the pace a bit here, and I have to wonder what Blazing Storm will adjust with. Now, we did see a pretty aggressive comp as well with the Squiffer in play, not a backline like we've seen in some other games from them. I wonder if they'll maybe adjust that here off the loss.
You know, they rated up really quickly, honestly, so I don't know what the mindset is. The Squiffer, I guess, kind of makes sense because you know it's going to be the longest range weapon in the lobby. But once again, when it looked like the Squiffer was a little bit delayed in the opening into getting into a position, they checked like the window first and then went back to plat. But by the time they got to plat, everybody else was dead, so it didn't really matter what weapon they were using at that point. So I wonder if it's just the switch from a full aggressive comp to something. I mean, Squiffer is not really like an anchor or aggressive, but it's still
in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, it's a different mentality, and you saw that in their opening. Their opening was more passive. So I wonder if that's just the adjustment they were trying to make from the last set. But so far, trying out something new at this point in the tournament's really risky, and it kind of backfired on them right there.
Yeah, but hey, it's a new game. It's a chance to even up the set and basically turn into a best of 3. So we're going to be seeing a double armor set coming out from deco-X, and the Swiffer is going to stay in tow. So it's kind of sticking with that game plan. I guess they have an idea in mind and they want to go with it. But now they're going to be going against a really heavy map control comp, this double armor combat we've seen from deco-X multiple times. As looks like there's a lot of purple map or pile of purple ink on the map early. Let's see if they can take advantage of that.
And Swift pushed way up there with the Swiffer, just looking for somebody to kill. Ultimately has to get forced back, and it's the last player to jump out. So that is essentially a wipe, opening once again into deco-X's favor, as they have been playing lights out, basically from start to up to this point here in the set. We do see a point sensor come out from the Swiffer, but the one player going down and one player getting caught out on their own on the sponge area there. So, and not really enough players left alive that can do anything to this zone. So it's obviously, we're just halfway to a KO, but obviously an opening scary situation here. And somehow, I think with the Booyah Bomb, they were able to capture.
Yeah, I think they popped the Booyah on Armorist, and they were just able to get enough paint to push them back. However, deco-X not letting the zone end their push there. They just fell back for a little bit, waited for the Booyah to end, and then get right back to putting on that pressure. Really, we've seen some really good gunplay from the likes of with that K-Pro getting multiple picks at a time, as well as his teammates always seeming to adjust around them. As again, I think the map control is what's really big right now for deco-X. No matter how far Blazing Storm seems to get at a time, deco-X always seems like they're able to put a burst of ink out to take control. But now 3 down on the side, this is a big opportunity for Blazing Storm. How will they take advantage of this?
You know, those were some good picks there. The Tri-Slosher in your trench is a very scary situation, but they were able to take them down as well with a couple of the N-Zaps there, so which gives control to Blazing Storm. And for the first time in this set, Blazing Storm seems to be in somewhat of a control. And just as I say that, the Swiffer goes down, deco-X immediately slides in, takes out another player, and this is basically a delayed wipe right here, with Target being forced to jump out. But at least Blazing Storm at least showing some life here at some points in this set.
Yeah, for sure, but deco-X is able to push up so quickly, and they have the Booyah Bomb at the ready that's going to be able to get even more points on the board for them. It just seems like deco-X is able to just run up the side and get some picks and take map control so quickly with the counter they have. Like I said, so much paint coming out from those weapons, but a big double kill from Xylo there on that machine. That's huge. A jump out we see, and wow, basically that's a wipe there more or less, as we saw the 4th jump out. So this is Blazing Storm's time. They need to push up and keep this pressure up. They cannot play passive, because when you give deco-X an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and they have the double armor cop too. As they see, all they got to do is get one pick, pop the armor, and they have the second armor on the way, so they can just kind of do damage with their main weapons. As you see the Rain and Booyah Bomb coming out. So a great way to break out of that lockout there by deco-X. Basically just building up their specials, getting one pick, and then just snowballing from there. And once again, they're right back where they left off, into positions they need to be to create a lockout.
Yeah, and they are so quick about it, and that's why they've been able to get so many points on their pushes. They waste no time. They know exactly where they want to be as a team and how they want to push. Now, again, it's a 3-3 situation. There's a lot of purple coming out. That try gets a big pick to keep it at a 2-2 situation, and now just kind of waiting it out, but the armor is going to make it very hard to find a pick here for Shy, and they do go down.
Here we go, all the penalty points out of the way, but there's still about 25 points left between them getting the lead and the zone being flipped back over. And once again, one player dies, and now we see the specials coming out. But, and even though this one should flip back into control with that Booyah Bomb, giving the ultimate play, if anything, these little pushes they're doing, they're slowly chipping away at the lead. So they can win the game by doing these little mini pushes. The question is, they're starting to run out of time, so they might not get another opportunity to do too many of them.
Yeah, and that as well, but they also need to make sure they limit deco-X pushes. They've done a good job here getting a double kill right there, maybe going to keep them in the penalty, not allowing them to build any points. They are able to do that for now, and the jump out is huge, so that's going to allow Blazing Storm a lot of room to push up here, but there's about to be 3 specials coming out from the side of deco-X very shortly.
Yes, the double armor, which they've been doing a really good job of coordinating. This Booyah has to do something for Blazing Storm, and it looks like it doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. 2 more players going down. That is a wipe. That is going to be game. And all of a sudden, deco-X, it wasn't as easy as the last one, but they still find themselves up in the set 2-0 with 1 game separating them from a rematch with Xylo.
Yeah, that was just huge. I feel like that maybe that Booyah Bomb was actually maybe a bit better placed than what Blazing Storm was able to do with theirs. It was a bit hard to see where those picks happened, but just look at the difference in kills between both these teams. I'm not sure how assists comes into play there, but definitely seems like deco-X may be a bit more effective with their weapons there.
Well, you mentioned that Booyah Bomb we saw at the end. It almost seemed like they didn't know what they wanted to do with it. It was just popping it, and then it's like, oh wait, now what's the plan here? And that might be a little bit of nerves. You've been punched in the face early. You know that you're running out of time here, and there might not just be an exact game plan here. And now you have to get a reverse sweep, which is something Blazing Storm is capable of doing. But deco-X has stolen all the momentum that that Blazing Storm brought into the set.
But I do want to point out something. Now, on the road to the reverse sweep for Blazing Storm, this third game, this first game that they need to win, is the map mode combo that they beat deco-X in winners. Rainmaker Inkbot. It's a complete rematch from that set. So, maybe deco-X will adapt here. They do have the momentum on their side, but we know that Blazing Storm can play here. We know that they're capable of winning here. We've seen it today. And I wonder if they'll find that formula again that would led them to success here. Maybe we'll find that carbon coming out. Maybe we'll find a more aggressive composition that can match what deco-X has been doing. But definitely, I just think that this game could be very differently if Blazing Storm can just match deco-X pace. That's really, I think, the deciding factor in what happened with the losses so far. I think that deco-X was just slightly faster in their pushes. They knew what to do with their specials when they had them. They didn't hesitate like Blazing Storm did at times, and it was a close game, but that's what led them to come out on top, or at least one factor, in my opinion.
And maybe that leads to the decision as to why deco-X has just subbed a player out. Shy has been subbed out. Interestingly enough, their Tri-Slosher, who's been playing really well up to this point. But in comes Omega. No, not the Omega that played on the Carbon Roller Omega. There's multiple Carbon Rollers Omega. There's like 100 Omegas in this community. This is not one of the 50 that are banned from low ink, I promise you. But regardless, they do have a new player coming in, and they have the FA tag on them. So maybe this is like their tryout or something like this. See what you can do in winners finals of low ink, kid. But yeah, here we go. Rainmaker Art Academy.
Yeah, and we see the carbon is coming out from Zulette there. That machine that got a lot of good picks last game, bringing it out there. And again, double armor from the side of Blazing or from deco-X, but quickly deco-X able to get 3 picks, almost 4 there, and just running it up. Hopefully not a knockout for this game 3. Okay, yeah, here we are.
2 seconds. The game lasted officially for 22 seconds. If you looked away, you missed that game. Let me explain what happened to you.
Tell me, Popgun, because I'm not even sure.
deco-X took out 3 players. The Charger was the last player left alive, and they just had no hope. So there you go. Nice adjustment, and the sub top fragging with a 4KA.
Literally, before I could mention it, I was going to say, the main difference here between that winner's set is that X Factor Omega, just a completely new factor for deco-X. And whatever conversation they had where they knew, hey, we want to sub you in this game, it worked because Omega at the top of that leaderboard there. And yeah, just that X Factor must have took Blazing Storm by surprise. That Nautilus is not something they had to put up with in this set. And what a quick knockout to send deco-X to grand finals.
Yes, and sending them there while making a statement. So here we go. We're going to have a rematch in grand finals of deco-X versus Xylo. We are going to take a quick break because I think our minds just kind of exploded watching that last game there. So we'll go get your popcorn, go get your snacks, go use the restroom, and we will be back with grand finals of February, Low Ink, that you are watching on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink February 2021. We have played 9 tournaments with this 2-day double limb bracket system, and this is just the 3rd time where we've had a rematch between the 2 teams in the winter finals. In both of those instances, the team that lost that set forced a bracket reset and won the entire tournament. Will history repeat itself here today? Well, you can gamble away your channel points and determine that for yourself. I am Popgun, joined alongside with Slimy. Slimy, we commentated this set earlier, a few matches ago. There's one thing I want to point out, though. Dino is now in for Xylo. Dino is a really good charger player, but the question is, with what we've seen from deco-X so far, they've been eating up these anchor comps that have been thrown at them. Xylo opting to leave their anchorless comp and bring something more traditional. An interesting choice.
Interesting for sure, especially when that comp that Xylo had in winner's side let them 3-1 deco-X, with 2 of those wins being very, very quick knockouts, if you'll remember. Like, convincing knockouts. Just, it's interesting to see a switch in the formula, but we are going into skipper zones here. Maybe that has something to do with it. This map mode does tend to sometimes favor very long-range comps. You know, you can control a lot of that map with, say, the charger, if that's what's coming out from Dino. And then we've also got Omega on deco-X side. If you've been keeping up with the tournament today, you saw that Omega came in for 1 game that last set that sent deco-X to this winners finals, and they top fragged in a very quick knockout as well. So a couple new factors in the rematch here, like maybe just both teams trying to stay fresh, not trying to get I guess adapted to, maybe trying to switch up the formula here. But either way, we're starting game 1 of grand finals here. Low Ink, February 2021, deco-X versus Xylo. Xylo on the winner's side, of course, as we do see the charger coming out on Xylo's side, and the double armor comp with Omega's Nautilus on deco-X's side.
You saw Thunder there trying to shark around with the in-zap at the top of the screen as you saw Dino trying to poke their eye out. And it looks like nothing really came of that, as nobody has died just yet. Armor special card need to come out along with Tint of Missile, and it looks like the zone will go into control eventually to Xylo, as that is the first player to die. It took 30 seconds, so both teams trying to take some time to fill this match out before fully committing to going in, and so far it looks like Xylo is getting all of the picks and are starting to establish themselves.
Unfortunately, Omega using that ink chat right when 2 of their teammates went down, so that led to Xylo getting all the ink control there, as now Xylo kind of just has to hold on here, as all of deco-X still coming for spawn. We see No gonna keep this top side. It looks like a lot of deco-X's members are gonna play that right side, but No ready for this encounter, gets already most of the damage on, but the ink armor gonna come out, and we see Booyah gonna come out to the zone as well. That might take out a member. We do see 1 go down. Omega does not get a pick with that ink jet, but it's a 2v2 situation, and a big pick there from the H3 as Thunder gets caught in no man's land there.
Yeah, that might do it right here. It's just going to come down to where the player's going to come down. It looks like just with the time that's remaining, most of them are going to have to go down the spine, and they're... Oh, wait, we do got a DC. But it doesn't matter because it's too late into the game, and they're going to play it out anyway. So, Oh, wait. If they can get back control of zone here, this is going to be really interesting. This game is going to count because it did go... It did! The score is too low, so unless I'm wrong, this one is going to count. And now Xylo is in a very difficult situation of where they have to hold on to this lead with only 3 players. Here we go.
And however, they still do have control, and not a lot of points coming out on deco-X's side. Now, it is a 4v3 situation, but you still have to get to 1. And sometimes playing defense can be easier than playing offense, even if in a 4v3 situation. Now, we've got half the game left to play. It's still going to be an exciting situation, especially with this Booyah Bomb coming out. Just the defensive presence right now from Xylo, seeing that pick on the right side, being ready for that flank from Thunder, and now this very aggressive push. It's a 2v1 situation, and the team with only 3 players has 2.
And is forced to jump out. So here, this is wow, if Xylo wins this one, I don't know how you mentally come back from this, but here we go. Only 30 penalty points remaining. It's just a question of where the player's going to come into, how are they going to respond to it. They do get one pick without a trade. That is huge. It's a 3v3, but Omega able to take down No, and they are able to get control of zone. And taking down one player as well. So here you go. You got to think, finally, this is going to be a situation here to where deco-X can establish some kind of control as you see the map just completely turning purple here. But once again, it only just takes a couple of picks for this to be in the favor of Xylo.
Yeah, but a couple of picks is a lot harder to come by when you have the entire map purple and you only have 3 members to work with, especially that kind of that main aggro source, and that K-Shot is able to put on that pressure with missiles and move so fast. Again, it's only the sniper gets up with 1 pick, but Bataz right there to take him out, and it looks like now we've seen crazy things happen in the past, but it looks like with only 20 seconds left on that timer, it's going to be deco-X taking this first game in what's very unfortunate. DC with 1 point remaining for Xylo, but now while the set count is 1-0, Xylo came back from a 1-0 deficit to win 3 games in a row in winners. And they also looked very strong. Even in the 3-4, they held their ground for a couple minutes there. So not by any means a loss that is going to make Xylo feel like they're in a lot of trouble here.
I almost said absolutely. I bet myself. You are correct. So here's the thought process going into, and the DC player did come back. No, they subbed the DC. No, they subbed out their Chaedr player.
Out.
Yeah. So the DC player is back into the game. And keep in mind a couple things. First off, they haven't used their DC replay yet because that game counted. So if this were to happen again, given the right parameters, they could go back and replay this game. But that's going to be in the back of their minds. For Xylo now, it's like if they get a huge lead, they're going to think, oh, we need to close this game out because we don't know what might happen again. We might get another DC. That could have just been a fluke thing. I don't know. But at the very least, they do have the players to sub out if it gets to that kind of situation here. But as long as they saw that replay, I'd say, go ahead and gamble and hope your player stays in the lobby.
Yeah. And now it looks like I might have been right thinking that was a map mode choice for Dino to come in with that charger. As I think, is it Blue coming back in, or who did we not see before? Okay, so it's going to be back to that aggressive kind of play style, and we're going to Tower Control and Inkblot. Is this a rematch as well, or am I losing it?
No, they didn't play Tower
okay.
Control at Art Academy. As we see Blue coming back in with the Nautilus. So here we go. Aggression versus aggression, and this is what worked out for Xylo in the last time these two teams played against each other. But now Shy is out and Omega is in for deco-X, and that might be the difference they need as Patat takes down the player coming off the bench in Blue, and now a nice double team taking down the other player in an opening. Make that almost a wipe as Neo is forced to jump out. Checkpoint 1 is going to fall, and you can see the players getting into position they need to support for checkpoint 2.
Yeah, and that was really great teamwork from deco-X there to get those 2 picks on the left side. We saw Potato kind of sneaking through without the ink presence to clue off Xylo that he was there. Once he gets that first pick with the bomb, Omega comes and cleans up that second. And now look at this pressure. Now Patat does go down there, but still 2 down on the side of Xylo as this checkpoint's winding down. They do get past checkpoint 2. This is so much pressure. The missile's coming out, forcing Xylo to back up even more, and they don't have a special at the ready either.
Yeah, and only a handful of players have died. Action getting very nice double there to kind of stall this push out a little bit, but damage done. 2 checkpoints cleared in the first minute. It's something that Xylo cannot come back from, obviously, with the amount of time that's left, but in a huge hole early. And if the coordination, that's really been the difference so far, the coordination on taking these 2v1s from the side of deco-X, if that keeps up, this is going to be a really difficult game for Xylo to get back into.
Yeah, but definitely deco-X can't let up the pressure. They can't start playing too passive because we've seen Xylo take these quick knockouts against them before. The Booyah Bomb going to come out there to stall out that tower. But now no specials on the side of deco-X, and they do lose 2 members there. It's a 3v2 with, it looks like a Booyah is going to be ready on the side of Xylo. It looks like an Armor is about to be ready. And wow, they're getting so many picks even without the specials. They didn't need the specials to get those picks. So now, with an Armor on the side, you have to like what Xylo's about to be doing.
One checkpoint falls as they approach the second one here, but now a trade situation comes out and make that 2 players going down for the side of deco-X. So it looks like, from the side of Xylo. So it looks like this push is stalled. But if you're Xylo, you got to be thinking, look, all we wanted was the first checkpoint on that push. We don't need to get the bleed back in one long push. We just need to do a little bit at a time, and clearing that first checkpoint is going to pay dividends for them down the road, as we see deco-X once again being aggressive, like you said, needing to keep up the pressure and put the tower on the Xylo side of the map, as we see Thunder trying to look up here, trying to at least put some yellow on the ground, sees action out on their own, and isn't able to contest with that range.
But now his teammates here to help. Thunder, Patat not able to get the pick though, as Xylo they're kind of both in the teams right now, but 2 end up going down on Xylo's side. And look at the map control. The map is definitely turning a bit more yellow. That situation ended up going in deco-X's favor, and this is an opportunity to put even more pressure on. They're going to ride this objective because why not? You can put that tower on their side, then Xylo has to think about stopping your push before they can even start their own.
Yeah, you see them basically get wiped there, but once again, actually they do get wiped, and this is going to flip the map completely to blue, although it will take a little bit of time to do that, and that's been the key here. These pushes, even though deco-X isn't adding to their lead, they're bleeding the clock, and they're making it more and more difficult for Xylo to come back in here, as we see a Booyah Bomb come out and Ink Armor. Neo sharking yet again. These sharks have been working out really well for them so far in this tournament, as they're just kind of waiting for somebody to come across there. The Tenta missiles are going to locate all of the deco-X players, as they're all kind of stuck up on their flat there. And then bomb takes down 2 players.
And that's 3 down. So wow, Xylo, the wipe, that's a wipe, and Xylo still has 3 members up, and they're about to have a missiles at the ready again. So those missiles that came in huge are already back in effect. The Booyah going to put some more pressure on, and they're only 10 points away.
Yeah, approaching this checkpoint, 1 player going down, action still in the tower, only 1 player left alive, and they hop on. Is it going to be enough to get the lead? It is not. That is a delayed wipe. What a hold there by deco-X. And you see, just hold on to that Booyah Bomb and just wait till the end of the game, I would say. But as you see them starting to get back control here, but this is still a game Xylo can win. There are no checkpoints in the way between them and a lead right now.
That's true, but they need to get this map a lot more blue. That's a big pick from blue right there. Coming out on that left side, looking for another one. Gets another one on Patat. That's a 4v2 situation. Force a jump out on the side of deco-X, and they don't have any specials at the ready. So again, another situation. But this is do or die for Xylo here. This is their last chance in this game.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb player died, and actually just died again, so they're not going to have the Booyah to work with as this tower is getting closer and closer. Only 2 players left alive. But 1 player does go down. We see Akumu trying to jump up there and takes the pick, and they get the lead. Barely. Action was able to hold on to the tower, basically ducked underneath all of those shots. And Xylo, the slow death, comes back and ties up this set at 1-1. A very impressive win for them.
Yeah, you have to love the composure from both teams. I mean, Xylo never gave up on themselves there. Even when overtime came through, they kept trying. They knew that they had the means to get to that push. They were 1 point away before. They knew they could do it, and they did it there in overtime. But you have to love the composure from deco-X as well, because in the previous set we did not see them stop those pushes, but they were able to stop numerous pushes there, even with it being so close. And while they did lose the game in the end, that's a very good sign for them. That's a sign that they have what it takes to take games off this team, even at full strength. So just such a close game in that game too, and it's 1-1 now. We have a really good set in our hands.
Yeah, if this was a scrim scenario where there's no pressure, it's just matchup versus matchup, it seems like skill-wise these 2 teams are pretty even. But it seems like over the course of a 5-minute game, Xylo just has a little bit better strategy. They know how to finish out games. They know when to get picks when they need them. And that's really been the difference in this matchup between these 2 teams so far. It's just the experience of Xylo has is countering the over the course of 5 minutes what deco-X is throwing at them. But here we go once again, Rainmaker. If you remember last time deco-X played Rainmaker, it could have fit in an entire Switch clip And here we see both teams coming back out. No comp changes, no substitutions.
Yeah, and I do want to put one more little tidbit on your mind. In that, I'm kind of losing my thought. You know what, Popgun, take it away.
Here we
I'll
go.
think about it.
Both teams being very passive in this opening here until Neo finally goes after something and gets punished for it, even though they had Ink Armor and Thunder. Doing a flank here gets sniffed out, so both teams, they know how quickly Rainmaker could end by a mistake, and it looks like they're not sending everybody out to try to make a hero play. They're sending one player at a time, and now deco-X picks up the Rainmaker, gets taken down by a Splat Bomb, but it looks like both teams are being somewhat passive here in the opening until Xylo gets a huge opportunity here.
Yeah, and while the Rainmaker is stopped by that Booyah Bomb there, they still have the numbers advantage and all this map control. You see Akumu coming up that right side here on our screen. Thunder able to contest him a little bit, but the armor coming out, it's a bit of a stalemate here. Oh, but the Rainmaker's gonna not move up. I thought maybe they were gonna try to sneak through some points. But just gonna hold it as deco-X needs to find a way out of their base right now.
Yeah, and they do have an Inkjet ready that they can use to kind of stall this push out a little bit. But once again, you see Xylo, like you mentioned, it looked like they had an opportunity to add some more points to the lead, but they're opting to be patient, and that is going to work out slightly in their favor. At least I thought it was. Omega being the last player left alive, just trying to keep players back until the rest of deco-X can spawn back in here. And there comes a flank that ultimately ends up in a trade and 2 players down. So you got to think this will end the push right here with only 50 points on the board. But once again, look how purple this map is right now.
Yeah, but Thunder and the rest of deco-X being very aggressive to take back that bridge. They don't want to let Xylo keep so much pressure on, especially Xylo just burned 2 minutes of the clock. Now, while they didn't get a huge push, that 2 minutes of the game is very impressive when it was almost entirely in Xylo's control. You have to think, when they've had all the opportunities they get over 5 minutes, all the time they burn is crucial for them.
And these flanks that Xylo has been pulling off have been working out so well, and it seems like deco-X is just not in the right kind of really kind of looking out for them. It seems like somebody, either Neo here or the K-Shot, is just coming around from the back door when nobody's paying attention and it's getting huge picks and getting map control as the Rainmaker is just basically pincered right here. Nowhere to go other than down at the bottom and die right there. So yeah, once it's almost like deco-X is chasing ghosts at this point, because they got to be expecting those flanks to be coming. Sometimes they are, but sometimes they're just not.
Yeah, it seems like Xylo just has a really good sense of how deco-X is positioning, because sometimes they know exactly when they want to flank, like right here, but they also know when to back off. Sometimes they just wait for those deco-X players to kind of come at them and take 1v2 situations, or situations where they don't have a lot of pain control. I've seen multiple points of time where it kind of seemed like deco-X players have just run in and died without a lot of contention, and now that's a full wipe. We have Xylo going for even more points on the board after burning so much time. We're only 1 minute and a half left in this game with, again, so much in control in Xylo's favor. They have not really let deco-X get back into this game.
Yeah, this game kind of gets the sense of, if deco-X is going to get a push off, they're not going to have many opportunities. They might only get 1 or 2 opportunities to touch the Rainmaker, if at all, because every time the Rainmaker resets, the map is still purple. There's still somebody flanking backdoor that's getting a pick or a trade at the very minimum. There's always specials online to kind of slow down pushes, and they're just not giving up control of this bridge. I don't think that bridge has been green this entire game.
Yeah, it's been green maybe once or twice. Maybe after that first 50-point push from Xylo, it turned green for a bit. But deco-X has not had a lot of success. And again, look at that Rainmaker pressure through basically green ink there. Just, again, constantly putting on pressure with the objective so that it just gives deco-X another thing to work with. And the Inkjet going to come out, maybe, hopefully, looking for some picks here. But Xylo just knows how to hide from that Inkjet, and they're not losing to those specials.
And once again, the Rainmaker forced to reset. And here we go. With only 25 seconds remaining, it's the same scenario we've seen. Once again, Xylo gets the pop. They get control of bridge. And one player does go down here, and Thunder's going to need to make a huge play. Okay, here we go. Here is the window. 2 players down, but they don't know where the Sharking players are. And the bomb comes out from the car, shuts this down, but they do have enough players left to where they can pop this, and they're grabbing it, and they're going to be a little bit patient, wait for Thunder. Thunder, rushed it just a little bit. 1 player left alive. Blue gets the pick just before dying, and that will give the lead of the set to Xylo, 2-1.
And like you said, that seemed to be a case where Xylo or deco-X, on the other hand, only really had one opportunity to push, and while it looked promising, if they would have had more time, they could have turned that push. Even though the Rainmaker stopped there, they could have kept that going. But since it was just so little, so late, Xylo knew all they had to get was 1 pick on that Rainmaker, and that ended the game. So just all that time burned by the pressure of Xylo, it really ended up being the deciding factor there to an extent. Just not enough time for deco-X to work.
Yeah, all of Xylo's pushes ultimately added like 1-2 points to their lead at a time, but it didn't matter. Like you said, they're milking the clock, and that's in the end game they showed right there. I mean, this was basically a reverse of what we saw in game 2. The difference is, once again, Xylo just knew how to close out that game a little bit better than deco-X did on the tower control game. But now we're heading to Splat Zones. Piranha Pit, another one of these double zone maps where it can be difficult to get a lot of points, but if you get a wipe, kind of holding on to that zone can be it can be easy or difficult depending on how comfortable you are here. But once again, no subs, no switching, and nobody no disconnects either. So that's something you like to see, though.
That is good, especially in this hype game finals. So this is that thought that I kind of had before that I lost. What I wanted to say was Xylo doesn't seem to be burning all their resources on their pushes, and that's really what has helped them it's what's helped them milk the clock, like you said. They've not been using all their specials on one push. They've been avoiding wiping on push. They're going for those small pushes where they can just keep that map control as they get a quick trade here on the side of both teams. Akumi trying to fight off 2 members at once. Why is he going to back off here or try to? But gets chased down by Patat. Really good pick from Patat. And now the zones look like they're going to turn in the favor of deco-X to start this game.
You know, Patat is somebody who's been popping off this entire tournament, but that's a name we haven't been calling out recently. It's almost like Xylo has been doing a good job of just kind of neutralizing that 1K Pro here. But here we go, a situation to where they are getting some points on the board, but like you said, they don't burn all of their resources, and that leaves them with Tenta Missiles and Splashdown and everything else they need to get control of zone here. And an opportunity to build up some more to keep this push going a little bit longer. You see 2 players stuck out here on the plat. You see Blue on the Tetras once again for Xylo's Patat with the Nautilus at their back, able to push up a little bit, but they're not really getting the picks to follow up with this push.
Yeah, see, and that's another situation where deco-X burned all their specials on that push. Now, it finally did end up going with that double kill right there, that huge double kill, but can they capitalize off it? They're not going to have more specials to they haven't even capped that second zone yet, whereas Xylo is really doing a good job stalling them out. Yeah,
and with these double zones things, once again, you just sneeze on it and the timer stops. So if it looks like deco-X will find a way to get lead here, but if they want to get something they can be comfortable with, they need to hold on to the zone for a good chunk of change. And with 2 players going down, Xylo jumping all over these zones, Brios coming out. If this Nautilus player dies in the zone, it's pretty much losing control, but it will wisely back off and ultimately die there. So zones going back and forth. Neither team should really feel comfortable where they're at as we just get barely approaching on the halfway point on this game. So far things have been kind of even, and if you're deco-X, this is something you want to see, honestly.
For sure, as 2 members go down off camera on the side of Xylo, it looked like they were kind of creeping up slowly and were about to pounce, but it looks like deco-X with their aggressive playstyle was able to sniff them out, and wow, that was just unfortunate. Was that a bump of armor of some form?
I think so, yeah. Splashdown into the oblivion.
Splashdown. Wow. So yeah, definitely not a way that Xylo likes to lose that push there, as now deco-X really is cooking. They do lose one member, and the Booyah Bomb and Armor is going to come out from Xylo to kind of stall the zone, but 43 points, that's a pretty good margin with only 2 minutes left in the game, especially with how kind of back and forth this has been. If deco-X can keep up their pressure, their pushes, this could be a great way to even up the set, but look at how purple this map is now, or pink, I should say. I don't know.
Yeah.
Colors are weird.
So far, this has been the best game of the set. As once again, the team that is in control starts to lose their players, and if Omega can stay alive here, which they do not, a double team Blue and Neo with Ink Armors, too much for them to overcome, and it looks like they will find a way to get lead back here, and this is critical because there are a lot of penalty points on the side of deco-X. 33 penalty points on this map is a lot. So having lead at this stage of the game is really huge for Xylo.
And I want to point out something to you. Once again, Xylo not burning their resources. They're able to find kills without their specials, and that leaves that open, that splashdown kill. They have the Booyah Bomb open. Now, while that Booyah Bomb just went down, I think it actually popped before that. It popped before off camera. So Xylo is able to extend their pushes more than deco-X so far, and that is what allowed them to take that lead there, get such a big push. And Akuma with a big pick right there, going for another one. Action comes out to help. That's another 2 down. Xylo might be looking for a knockout soon. Oh my God, Action is popping off right now. What good team gameplay. We saw so much crossfiring there.
Yeah, and the timer's ticking away. There's a possible KO situation right here. Xylo has been holding on to the zone for basically the past 2 minutes here, as only 6 points are remaining. The zone will be stalled out for just a little bit. We need to see a lot of picks coming out here from deco-X. They do get a Booyah Bomb on that backside of the zone, and they finally put penalty points on to Xylo. But this is a huge mountain that they need to overcome, and once again, the zone just immediately flips back to Xylo.
Yeah, and with only 15 seconds left, and only like I guess wow, that was a huge Booyah pick, because that was their inkjet. That's their main offensive special to get back into the game with those picks. Patat looking for a last-ditch effort, but only able to get a trade, and that's going to be the game. So Xylo just really great at extending their pushes. No matter how many times deco-X was able to take the zone, they fought their way back in and just are able to find their way into clicking on all cylinders at one point, just rotating their specials. We see 5 Booyahs, 5 splashdowns, 9 armors, 6 missiles. They know how to rotate their specials at the right time so that deco-X never has an easy time getting back into the zone.
And most of those specials and picks came at the end of the game, the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, where they basically took control of zone and never gave it up. The zone got stalled out a little bit here and there, but never completely surrendered the zone for basically the last half of the game. Xylo flipping the switch, and that gives them the 3-1 lead here. 1 win away from a tournament title, being joining the very exclusive club of Low Ink champions, and their first opportunity to end this tournament comes at Clam Blitz at Mako Mart. Once again, no subs, no DCs, and if you're deco-X, you stick to what you've been doing, knowing that Xylo, when they bring an anchorless comp, they've basically been out deco-Xing deco-X to this point by matching their aggression and just doing a better job of coordinating with each other.
So I think that if you're deco-X, you have to trust in your players and what you've been doing. You have not been far in most of these games. You had that one point loss. You had this past game where it was so close and they were even in control for a large portion of the game. I think you have to trust in what you're doing. Just you have to kind of clean up that coordination, that teamwork. You know, maybe I think the main thing is they know how to push, but they really burn all their specials on that push. I think that's been a big difference. They have a hard time extending their pushes because of how all in they have to go at certain points, and they're not able to convert as much off of it. I think if they can maybe try to slow Xylo down the way Xylo has been slowing them down, that could be the main thing. But Clam's Mako is such a wild, wacky mode. I'm not sure if I know what to make of it right now. Well, so let's talk about that.
Xylo's pulling out a completely different comp from what we've seen. That is Neo, who's been on K Pro this entire tournament, going to K Shot. They have K Gal and Blue on CDS here, and whatever they did to switch things up is not working at all. A full wipe and a lot of Clams They're going to be lucky if they don't get a score that they could win off of this push. You see them starting to come back in, though, getting 2 power clams in, and no clams to follow that up with. You see Thunder kind of sneaking around, getting a little bit more clams in there before ultimately dying, but somehow takes a player down with them as well. So Xylo coming out with a different comp, caught a little bit flat-footed there in the opening, and a decent score for deco-X in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, it is Mako at the end of the day. That score can change real quick, but you have to love the aggression that deco-X came out with. With their backs against the wall, they didn't come out passive, they didn't come out scared, they came out guns blazing, and now it's a 3-3 situation. That Inkjet coming out, not able to find a pick there, and Kumu trying to put on a lot of pressure with this wall here, but yeah, deco-X needs to stick with that kind of aggressive mindset that's gotten this far in this tournament, and definitely keep controlling the clams, because they had a huge push off of that. If they can keep the clam can out, combined with their aggression, they can get another huge push and even maybe end the game the next time around with 3 down now.
That's what they're doing right here. You're just right. They can't turtle up right here. That is going to lose them the game if they do that. Instead, they're keeping the aggression up. They're putting the green paint forward, and they have clams to work with here. Omega's in a good position, kind of riding that wall, starting to get snuffed out, but nobody is really coming from deco-X to help out. But Blue gets a nice double there. And you know, the thing about Mako Mart is the map and control of everything can flip so quickly just because of how much action is in the mid there. But once again, we've seen this. We saw mid there just flip back and forth like 3 times in the span of a few seconds, and it looks like it's kind of neutral right now, even though deco-X has all of the paint in mid. At least all the players are online for Xylo, which is something we haven't seen much of in this game so far.
Yeah, but what's crucial here is that it looks like Xylo's really building up those specials. They're about to have 3 at the ready for them, and that's 1 down on deco-X's side. Patat maybe getting a little too aggressive on that push, has to fall back with his teammates. The missile's going to push them back even more. But the thing is, Xylo doesn't have the clams to take advantage right now. They're still searching for their first power. Now they are able to get it there. They're starting to build it up slowly but surely. The Inkjet's going to slow them down. Let's see how they're able to break through now.
This game, honestly, right here, because so many teams have a lot of clams, it just comes down to who can get the first pick right here. And Xylo's got a lot of map control to work with, but they're the ones who lose 2 players immediately, and a lot of clams along with that. Last 2 players left alive trying to make something happen on this right side here, so at least they're controlling that, and looks like they are going to pop the basket, and they do have some clams to follow up with. This Booyah Bomb's going to be huge to kind of keep players pushed back, but missiles coming out from deco-X to slow down things as well, so a nice stop there.
Huge,
but damage
action.
done.
Action on the side, action behind.
Action gets the lead.
We saw action come up that right side there. deco-X thought they were safe, thought they took care of business, thought, oh, action can't be pushed up, there's no way. Sneaks in with 7 clams to take the lead. And that Inkjet is taken out. That's huge with the suction pump. Kind of unlucky. And that jump looks like it's not going to be able to find its way to the basket. A bit of a desperation push. Maybe deco-X feeling a bit shook from losing the lead when it seemed they had all the control.
Yeah, but there's still a minute left to go here. I think they burned their Mercy Clam to do just that as well. Yeah, so they don't have anything to work with. They need to make a Power Clam. And now, keep in mind, they just need to, pop the basket and throw in about four clams or so. So it's not something that's completely out of reach. Neither team should feel comfortable right now. But the question is going to be, who can get these picks here now in crunch time? Omega's starting to push up. If one player does go down to the side of Xylo, but they know where the Power Clam is. Oh, but Neo's the last player left alive.
This is huge. They need to come down on Neo right now. It ends up being a trade, but they have their way to the basket. The wall's able to stop it. Big. Maybe getting desperate to get that football in and not going for the one players trying to stop the push. And Xylo has the clam of their own. deco-X has lost all of their clams in that push. They only have 10 seconds left. They're not even going to be able to get a pity clam if Xylo is able to get this ball in. That will end the game. So they have to just straight up play better right here, right now.
They do make a ball, so this will go to overtime, but it looks like Xylo is the team that is pushing in, and they will pop the basket, and they will end this tournament. Out of 100 some odd teams, Xylo stands alone, winning Low Inc. February 2021 by holding on with a great ink wall from Akumu of Xylo.
And wow, 18 picks from Thunder, not able to get the job done. With how well deco-X seems to be playing that whole game, it really came down to just a couple savvy and clutch plays from different members of Xylo. We saw, obviously, the lead being taken with a wonderful flank from Action through 3 kills at once. deco-X got on Xylo. Action was just stayed away, knew what they had to do. They saw their path, and they got the lead. And then, obviously, the wall play from Akumu, able to stop the power clam, and then in all of that chaos, get another pick to solidify that defense of that last play. And what a set from Xylo! What a tournament to take that tournament.
Xylo joins a very, very elusive club of only about 3 or 4 teams ever to go undefeated in a low ink per sets. 11-0 in this tournament in sets. Very impressive for them. For deco-X, 1 step closer, but still not quite there yet. They get the bronze medal last month. They get the silver medal this month, and ultimately just ran into a team that just did what they wanted to do, just with a little bit more experience. But still, deco-X, not the finish they were hoping for, but still a very impressive performance. And of course, they had their opportunities. Forget the DC game that they won. They had their opportunities in that Clan Blitz game. Literally every single game, there were little moments where they just came up just slightly short. And at the end of the day, it's when teams are evenly matched skill-wise, the team that has the better strategy almost always comes out on top, and that will go to Xylo.
Yeah, I mean, really great performance by both teams. deco-X was so close so many times, just slight misplays and letting Xylo get past them, whether it be individual plays or team plays, that they just weren't completely clean around the edges where Xylo was. But like you said, bronze medal last month, silver this month. Next month, is it going to be gold? I think if you're a low ink fan or even a Splatoon fan in general, you need to tune into next month to see what deco-X does. As again, great tournament and a great showing by Xylo to take first place. That was great, Popgun. That was quite the stats today.
Yes, low ink is an awesome tournament. It's been going on for a long time. One of the longest running monthly tournaments we have in this community. And as a part of that, the prize pool has slowly increased. In this month, Xylo, along with the gold medal, are going to be taking home $120. It's not often the second place gets a prize in this tournament, but deco-X will be pocketing $40 themselves. So these kids making a lot more money than I am currently right now. This, so always nice to give them some shout outs for what they've accomplished there. And that, I believe, is going to do it for us, unless somebody tells me we got to read off some
yeah, I think we're reading Popgun.
Okay,
Popgun,
well,
ads.
ads, of course. Okay, well, let's run through these. We'll just go one at a time here. I think if we're ready with the slideshow.
Yeah, I'll take us off. How about that?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so first off, we've got Squid Junction, and it's tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a bi-weekly tournament hosted, again, Sundays, 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a double elimination tournament, and it gives low ink teams like the ones you saw today an opportunity to play against mid and high-level players. We have a counter-picking format, a map pool voted on by the community, and a prize pool. So just always a hype event, it should be. And again, tonight at 7 p.m. Is it too late to register? Is that past? Or can Hungry Squid get in on the action?
I would assume most tournaments are like an hour beforehand, so I guess if you still have an hour to register, by my assumptions, don't take that as word. Well, Popgun said I could still register now.
I think you deserve the Popgun exception, if that's the case. I think if you're watching right now, you can sign up. That's my guarantee. Anyways.
Tell them Popgun sent you. Hey, a new tournament that IPL is coming out with. The Reef Rushdown is IPL's newest tournament series. This bi-weekly tournament is targeting competitive players from Oceania for tournament play, as well as providing a quality live stream. First event is March 6th at 1 p.m. AEDT. I don't know what that's supposed to actually be. Excuse me, I'm an ignorant North American. Details are in the IPL Discord server for this new tournament, so keep an eye out for that.
All right, and next up, we've got to talk about Saturday morning coffee. So if you know me, you know I am a friendly little organizer from Endgame TV, and my buddies over there host a wonderful tournament known as Saturday Morning Coffee, and it's returning next Sunday, a week from today at 1 p.m. Eastern, and it's just, some standard fine double elimination action. Always some good teams signing up in that event, and of course a great stream over at my friends at Endgame. I cannot express them enough love, so make sure to tune in or play. They're always loving it. Oh, Sunday morning coffee next week, I guess I should say. But yeah.
A special Sunday edition of Saturday morning coffee. We take that. Let's see. So I had the Australian tournament. How about one for Europe? Step Up Europe, introducing a new tournament. Step Up Europe SEU is a European-centric tournament open to all skill levels. After the events of the NA Open and the Squid House, we realized it was time to give Europe some love. We have worked closely with EBTV staff who have helped provide language support for French and Spanish. Our designer has also worked with a few IPL staff to ensure our stream is the best it can be. Step Up number 1 will be a round-robin 2-bracket tournament held on the 27th of February at 1 p.m. UTC. Signups will close on the day at 12 p.m. UTC. See, they close right an hour right before. Why can't Squid Junction 2 do that? It's time to step up and sign up. We'll also have an IPL announcement coming up at the end of SEU, so be sure to tune in for that.
All right, and I think last but not least, we have Waiting on Our Fifth. So if you haven't heard and haven't seen this beautiful graphic, which if you haven't seen this beautiful graphic, please take a minute, click on the tab, feast your eyes on it. I'm going to let you stare at it for 2 seconds. Okay, so Waiting on Our Fifth is a new tournament that allows your team to have a spectator in voice chat. So that throws in a funky little wrench into the mix. Something we've seen in maybe some other competitive games out there, but now it's coming to Splatoon. Do you think you can work with that intel? Who knows? It's going to be pretty wild. But yeah, it's a truly special event, and it's run by one of Low Ink's head TOs. So Waiting on Our Fifth is going to happen on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's this Wednesday, the 24th. And of course, if you need any info, join the Discord.
That's a good chunk of tournaments that we just threw at you guys. Not bad for a dead community.
Yeah, you got your options.
Lastly, let's plug some of our own personal stuff. Slimy, where can people find you if they want more Slimy content?
Basically everywhere at Slimy, Quagsire, like the Pokemon. So Twitter, Twitch. I haven't streamed in a minute, but I always say I'm going to. So maybe I will soon. Hit me up at Twitter and Twitch. My Twitter is pretty nutty. I talk a lot in there. Maybe it'll be your cup of tea, or maybe it won't. But that's me. I exist. Yeah.
And you can find me on Twitter at Mr_Popgun. If you want to find the other things I do, just look at that if you're interested. If not, well, I don't like you either, so it works out. From all of us here at IPL Labs, our producer, Inkfarer, JPEG, the head TO for this tournament, all the other staff that you're about to see in the credit announcement, our head organization people, Hoenn and Kraken Mayor, we wish you a good evening or a good afternoon, depending on what portion of the world you are living in. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day to watch and support this tournament. I am Popgun, joined by Slimy, and you have been watching Low Ink, February 2021 on IPL.
And I think we're rating something, so stay tuned. I don't know what we're rating, but hey, it might be cool. Let's show some love.